Tom, are we moving into the commentating
Yes, I
channel?
will pull you up.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody remember to rename your cap. We already. Never mind that.
Yeah, we'll just write them a little message in the game chat when we load it.
Yeah. It's fine. So how do you feel about all these seed picks here? I'm curious about this Tony Two Feathers going Sumeria instead of Spain. Are we gonna see a Warcraft rush on the neighbor?
I hope so.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching this Rage of Bloom. It was really cool that it was written Rage of Bloom in the standings here from yesterday's game. But we saw Rage of Bloom getting Warcraft rushed. It was a lot of fun. We did manage to overcome it in the end, though. The lost ones. Then we have Solar here taking Gandhi instead of Aztec. Well, I guess Solo is not so experienced to play Aztec properly, so it might be even a better pick for him. So Aztec is not a top civ unless you really know how to play.
Yeah, Aztec is an incredibly good civ if you're a good player.
Yeah, but if you're not a good player, it's below average too.
Gandhi is an interesting pick. He can either be terrifying in the early game and be very aggressive, or he can play quite passive and be quite safe. I think the simming civs are quite smart choices. There's been quite a lot of simming in these games so far.
Red, you want to check in so we can launch the game?
Sorry, man. Thanks for letting me know. I'm not used to spectating. It's the first time I do it.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water, to the
where's
great
my chat?
beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. It falls to you, Catherine de Medici, to use your gifts of knowledge and of the arts to unite your people. Steer carefully through these troubled times, Queen Mother of France.
Everybody seems to have a really good spawn here right now.
Of course, Eiffel's in the tundra.
Is he?
Yeah. He
Oh
generally
my god,
has
Carlos.
the worst starts out of everybody.
Where is Eiffel?
Bottom right hand corner, Gorgo.
Oh, Eiffel is not in the tundra. Jesus, Eiffel has a fucking, like, that's a fucking great spawn, man. Two spices, one heal spice on the cat. And he was lucky to move to get the other one too. Very, very lucky settler move by Gorgo. Or did he see that tile? I think he saw it maybe. What the hell? Did you just see Tom where Eiffel moved away from the spice? Oh my god.
I don't see any spice. Oh, the amber. Gypsum settles are kind of nice though, and he's moved into the +3 campus.
Eiffel is Gorgo, man.
Are we looking at the same Gorgo? Bottom right of the map.
Am I out of sync here? Gorgo has two spices.
I don't see spices. What the hell?
The gypsum is Scotland for me.
Really?
Oh, it's gonna shift them around.
Oh no.
It's gonna shift them around, and then probably one of us is out of.
Red, one thing you
This-
need to do is go to options and turn on auto end turn, or you're going to have to manually end your turn every turn.
Oh, nice. Thanks for letting me. Where is that setting? Anyway? Oh, there. Thanks, man. I'm curious. Where is Scotland for you then?
1 second. Scotland is coastal with the bananas on the
What the
west side.
fuck, man?
Like
Coastal with bananas. That's Germany for me. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. Who's gonna be where on next turn? It's like a random shuffle now. I wonder if they also have the same issue. Like some of them might shuffle around too. It's not only our vision on them. All right, now I'm really looking for. Are you getting the loading?
Still, please wait.
Okay. Same here. Maybe having Kana coast wasn't the best plan. All right, I'm out of syncing. Are you?
I'm not. I see you desyncing though.
Yeah, then it's your spawns that are the correct ones. My spawns are the incorrect. But that was funny anyway that whoever had the spices moved away from the 4-2 hill spice. I don't know if you know this. Like I was just looking, he has such a great spawn and then he moved away from it. I was like, what the fuck? But it might be because I saw like the wrong player. Alright, let's see now who's where. Okay, now I see Eiffel in the Tundra.
Okay, let's have a little look around, see what important city-states we've got. Geneva, that's Vice Voki, he might likely first meet that. Oh no, we get the first meets, of course. There's Hattusa, near Scythia. The gold CSs are down in the tundra, so Eiffel might find that. Bandar's bang in the middle. Walcott first out of Gilgamesh. I like it.
Oh yeah, war card first. See where that will. That'll be interesting to see where the war cards are headed.
Ooh, Fonzie's scored a builder from a hut. This is huge for him here with a start like this.
But Warcards can be really, really good at taking city states, though. Like, they're not really like rushing players is generally doomed to fail. But like, unless the player is really close to you, then it's okay. But if they're not really close to you, the Warcard rush really is not worth it. But it's worth it for city states.
Yes, Aaron, I think we're going to see another Dance of
But
the
it
Aurora
wouldn't be
rifle
worth
play.
it for a really inexperienced player who makes no unit. It's a good unit for killing noobs. The Noob Slayer card. So Eiffel Spawn is really good though, man. It's really, really good. Gypsum Settle is really awesome.
Oh, it was super fun, Aaron. You played so good as well. Like, me and Skycry were fancying you to win it for the majority of the game. Your spawn was great, you expanded great, your economy and science was terrifying in the mid game. You were just super unfortunate that you weren't able to kill Archetype. That should have been a clean kill.
Georgia Spawn is probably the best in game
He
right
just
now.
defended
So
it so well.
I don't know what you think, Tom, but all those city states near him and all that free land, seeming land, and
Yeah, Turkey's got excellent land here.
it's like super land. Well, the land is like all right plus, but like the positioning, that's always the most important thing. Positioning is much more important than land. As long as you have OK plus land, and the positioning is more better than having spices in your cap. Unless you kill your neighbor right away with those spices. Seems to be a lot of room for everybody, though nobody has like a bad spawn. Well, India spawn is going to be interesting to see how that develops, but it's still quite a wide place, and the cap has really nice. And the uranium in Gandhi, that's always very important. We know how Gandhi is with the nukes.
Yeah, uranium for Gandhi is very important.
We should make it that nukes are banned for everybody but Gandhi.
I think your war moves were decent, Aaron. The only sort of mistake I would say, not to pass judgment, was if the ram was there the turn the knights had arrived, then Archetype died. 100%. That little delay, having to wait for the ram, he was able to build units and like get a bit more of a defensive line going. But yeah, he was not ready for that. Like, it was very unfortunate that wasn't converted into a kill. Yeah, for sure. Let's check this out. Okay, Canuck going straight into a settler here. Gandhi going double builder. I'm assuming he must have grabbed one of these from a hut. Carlos shift entering. Probably just buying a little bit of time to decide if... I reckon Carlos might go 2 scouts, but I think he's going to see if he's going to get a free one out of this.
Carlos' position is really good also, by the way. He's a good player also, so like him and Sivok, they both have like maybe the best positioning on the map. and they're the top 2 players probably in this game as well.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I
And
really
they
want
are
to see a
fairly-
win from Eiffel though. I really want to see a win from Eiffel. He's been trying.
I'm not gonna. I don't think it will happen with this crowd. Like Eiffel is clearly inferior as a player compared to Sivaki and Carlos, I think. So it will be really hard to see that unless these 2-year-old wore each other out. But yeah, Eiffel has taken part in literally almost every single championship game so far. So like, I can relate to your sentiment in this one.
Yeah, and it would
And
be
this-
such a shame to not have him in the finals. Like, Eiffel is, he's
But he might get there anyway because he'll have the wild card for playing every single game. So if somebody is missing the semi-final, then Eiffel will have a spot in the semi-final in that case. I don't know what's Sivogi going on, but I don't think he sees Sumeria yet. Did you, Tom, understand what's Sivogi's problem?
I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if he has a problem or if he's quite pleased with his land. I'm not sure if he's being positive or negative with that comment.
Yeah. It's really hard to say what's happening with it now. And Twin Wet Feathers is not making another card, it seems. So it's not a 1 city rush at least. Oh, he is making another card, never mind. Oh, he popped a scout from him. Oh yeah, I forgot that. That's really nice. Oh, maybe we'll see a Sivoki, Rush against Sivoki. That would be awesome. Let's hope that happens. Because the only player that Sumeria can effectively rush is Sivoki. It can happen. Oh, Sivoki right away, friendship. Balls to the wall, man. Balls to the wall. And fuck, this guy makes it happen. What the hell is wrong here in this picture? He could have at least given a try with 2 cards and see if he can take that cap. It would have been awesome for the game.
Svookie is definitely a more of a SimCity style player though. He likes to expand and get his science up. He can war and he will war if he needs to early, but yeah, he much prefers to just expand and get his economy established.
Yeah. Would have been fun to see like a proper Sumeria rush though. But it's not gonna happen now. There's nobody else he can rush except that city state. Let's hope he finds Pander and actually goes for it and be a smart boy. Then Sumeria can do okay here. But if he doesn't use those cards on anything, he's just a bad player. But what he really needs to do is move that scout and discover Bander and fucking kill Bander as fast as possible with those 2.
Yeah, he needs
That's
to
the order
convert.
of it.
That's a lot of early production going 2 cards. He needs to convert.
Yeah,
into something.
he's completely wasting all of that if he doesn't use them on anything. Like, God, that's Kilimanjaro. With uranium. Let's nuke Africa. But yeah, his card is going completely in the wrong direction, so. Yeah, Briald, I completely agree with you. Now, Sumeria's faith is sealed. He's gonna die to Sivoki's push later. Because he's the player that Sivoki should kill. If the game was Infinite City State capture, though, Sivoki's position is really cool for that.
Oh god, imagine he'd only have to build 4 horses and he'd grab like 3 cities.
Yeah, that's how the games are gonna be maybe when the expansion comes. I remembered once I was playing Rome Rome, but it was back before Rise and Fall. But I was playing Rome with Philly Boy and the crew was really good players. But I spawned Rome with a really nice land, and I was like there was a circle of city states around me. I think there were 6 of them, like in a perfect circle around me. So I just sent like four legions or something in 2 different directions and hammered them all in row. And I had like all those 6 cities, like I don't remember, was it like turn 35 or something like this. The game was easy, I think, before turn 40. My viewers want to know who are we betting on winning this game. My money is on C.
Yeah, I think Svoki's the strong favourite here. Svoki or Carlos, both definitely the best players in the game, and definitely probably the best positioning and land. I don't think you can ever take Fonz out of the equation, but let me down a little bit yesterday. Fonzie should have won that game, and he CC'd to rage for no reason. I'd like to see him with a bit more
For Fonz to have a
tough
chance, yeah,
attitude
he
on this
would
one.
need to also have a little bit aggressiveness or good luck. Unfortunately, he's between Carlos and Sivoki. But I guess it depends if Sivoki is gonna kill Sumeria or will Fonzie get a chance. But Fonzie is not that aggressive, so he might not. Fonzie has some nice adjacencies for a few campuses though. But look, did you see the Eiffel's campus cove in the cap with copper in it? It's like a pirate treasure cove.
I'm wondering, what do we think? Is the tile next to it going to be a +5 campus, or is it going to be a mountain?
Oh, he's really got this amber tile. It's really beautiful once he puts a mine on it too. It's a 1-4. Oh, and he has that nice lake over there too. Do you think? I think he's gonna go with the settler to the lake. Or did he discover that area?
Yeah, his scouts discovered it. So yeah, I think he's going to head up there, bring his scout back to a spot. Probably plant near the sheep somewhere. Looks like we're going to see a Temple of Artemis coming out of Gandhi here.
Let's zoom in there. Oh, Gandhi's land is not half bad though. He's got some nice settles there. Who is Germany anyway? German play makes a big difference. There is a Kanak. Well, Kanak is like one of the weakest players in the lobby anyway. So like, hopefully Solo realizes that and knows how to play a little bit aggressive and kill Germany before he gets it going. Although knowing Kanak, he might even not know how to build Hansen. We'll see if he knows how to build them or not.
Oh, look at these little forward setups from. I wonder if Dutch is going to settle towards Germany as well.
I think it's what's your bet, Tom? Will Kanak know how to build Hansas next to commercials or not? Or will he even build Hansas at all? What do you think?
I don't know how strong Kanak's Germany sim is.
It's funny he's going Granary second. I think that's really bad pick or move. He doesn't have that good production land.
Yeah, if it was me, I can see the merits of going early monument sometimes, but
what happened now? I got booted out of the game. It's just me.
Did you drop as well? Axon dropped.
Oh yeah, he kicked me out. I'll just read.
Any wonders by India? No, no wonders. He's got okay land, I think. He's not going to have a lot of sort of late game potential, but he can get like a decent free inquiry. He's got some nice harbours. Get a couple of campuses in here somewhere. He needs to come and kill Kanik, I think, to be competitive here. be honest, I also quite like Scythia's position. I think if he gets a quick kill on Preslav, gets a couple of cities planted down, he could probably go and kill Dutch fairly soon. I really like those Saka horse archers with the general, they're very, very fun.
Yeah, yeah. If you can take advantage of the position. You could kill Preslav and from there go to Netherlands.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I would definitely be looking at Russian generals. I wonder if we'll see people going generals. Who's going Bronzeworking? So we've got Bronzeworking from I4, from Carlos, and from Svoki.
Yeah, 3 aggressive players.
Oh no, look at Fonzie's settler. You just know that that horse barber is going to move onto his pin and he's never going to get that tile. Well, he'll get it. It'll take a couple of hits, but yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, I guess he has his scout there covering though, so he can kill that horse archer, but it's going to delay.
Yeah, and these small little delays, they add up at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it does seem though that CTI is going straight to horseback riding, so we might see a Scythian rush. You're right about that. It's possible. It's definitely a possibility, and it's got a double horse in cap, so. Oh, did you see the war card there? That could snatch the settler potentially, man. That could snatch the settler.
Oh, it definitely could.
It depends what all happens over there, but it definitely could. Or at least it might force Fonzie to plant in place on the sheep, which probably is not what he's intending to do here. But it's not a terrible, like he loses the sheep, but it's not the end of the world.
I would probably consider taking the northern settle here. It depends on the war cart, how the war cart moves. I'd probably give it a turn and then decide about whether.
I would settle in place if he needs to. The war card can't take the city alone anyway.
Yeah, not so much of losing the city, but losing the settler is what I'd be concerned
Yeah,
about.
but planting in place is better than moving north first and wasting that. You'll still have a good settle. There's the horse and the wheat and everything will come into that city. One south is better because like he'll get the wheat faster for growing the city, and also like he'll get the same production out of the sheep anyway. But planting on the sheep is initially the same production anyway as working the sheep, so it's not like a really bad settle. Well, he got lucky. Now he can move down and plant right away if he understands how.
And he just needs to kill with the scout.
I really don't understand why this Sumerian guy is helping him with the horse archer. I guess he just wants to kill it. And Fonzie was smart to not kill the horse archer and leave it to pound on the war card.
Yeah, Fonzie's changed his plan. He's moved the settle. He's going to take.
What the hell? Why did he do that?
I don't think that was necessary. He could have killed that horse archer and planted the same turn.
No, that wouldn't have been smart. The smart move would have been just to move the city down with the settler down with the warrior, and plant on this turn and keep the warrior inside the city, and then the horse archer would shoot the cart. That would have been definitely the move he should have done. But maybe he didn't realize that if he links the warrior and the settler together, they don't get blocked by the horse archer.
Yeah, if he hadn't have killed the horse archer, the horse archers applied zone of control. I think they do. If they do, then he wouldn't have been able to settle this turn. So he would have had
He
to
would have
kill
been
it.
if you link the units together. He would have been. If they link together, the settler doesn't. It can still move after he doesn't lose the movement points. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's something new for you to learn. Then, if you didn't know this.
Hot Chili, thanks for the follow, mate. Today is a tournament game. This is CPL, the server that we all play in. This is our Rise and Fall Championship tournament. So like a sort of celebration to see off the end of the Rise and Fall period of Civ. This is one of the qualifying matches. So myself and Red Phoenix are casting the game. We will be commentating, passing our opinions, shit talking Eiffel. This is Eiffel down here. We've got other players to rename their cities. So yeah, we'll largely mock Eiffel's bad spawn and pull him up on any misplays. So it's all in a bit of love. We love Eiffel. It's also fun to take the piss out of him. Where is the Fons, Poland? Yeah, it's looking like Fonzie's gonna go get a couple of archers out here because yeah, he's by his pin and his own admission, he's a little bit scared of these walkouts. He doesn't want them around him.
Yeah, it might just slow him down enough that he will not be able to contend in this game. It might be a huge thing that he has to, he's building more military.
He picked up Open Sky, which is what he wanted, so that's going to be nice for Fons here.
I'm kind of voting here for Canuck to be the first to die, maybe. Depends on who he's gonna friendship.
Yeah, I think Canuck being first to die is usually a pretty safe bet. He's incredibly passive.
It's either him or Sivoki rushes Sumeria, but I'm guessing Canuck is gonna be the one killed first.
I think India is going to realise he needs to get out of his little corner, and I think he is going to push
maybe.
with Faru.
We'll see. That's what I'm betting on, and I'm betting on that maybe. Let's see. Netherlands made friendship with Germany, so that might make him live longer though. Oh, Sivoki is Sivoki and Fons might be in for a party here.
Ah, nice. Spooky getting all mad about this forward settle. Dude's got room for 20 cities.
Fonzie could have put that city like one tile forward though. He could have gotten the coffee and the banana. But the banana is still equally, but the coffee is a good tile on the hill.
Yeah, it really is. I would maybe consider buying out to it. He's got the gold to do so. I'd probably buy out to that.
I would have just planted on the forest. He would have been able to protect it enough with the scout, and just plant. And he wouldn't. But Sivaki might have been able to with a double move to kill the scout, though.
Yeah,
I
I'm
guess
just
that's what he was
spectating
worried
today,
about.
James. And I'm not playing. Just me and Red just hanging out, talking strategy, shit talking Eiffel. Eiffel's hasn't. I've not really had much to take the piss out of him for yet. Come on, Eiffel, give me some good, give me something to work with here, man. I want to see a builder, and I want to see these pastures improved out of Eiffel. I think he's shift entering for his encampment, but I don't think that's smart. He's not going to have the production or the growth to actually make the projects.
Yeah, Sumeria really wasted those war cards.
I
He's
have
just been
already.
killing barbarians with them.
I've already qualified James.
Nothing else. And not even that many of them.
I won my game. Ooh, seeing a road from Spooky to Fons. I think we might see a Georgian unit rush here.
Yeah. But look at that. Sumerian made 3 war cards and he doesn't do anything useful. He could have just killed Panda right away with them and get a quick third settle or city out of that. Fonzie is friends with Scotland, so Sivok is open grounds. It's actually like the terrain that Fonzie city is on is really indefensible. It's difficult to defend because Sivoki can put his torches on the hills.
Yeah, and of course his units get the +5 on the hills, so when he steps onto that uranium tile and the jungle tile, he's going to have... If he goes
the
general,
iron tile is hard to defend there. And he can put archers on that uranium tile and the other hill. Even if it gets into a buck war, I mean, it might not. If Sivoki decides to go for a quick kill here with the general. And Fonzie is taking also like, I think at least earlier he was taking something else than swordman, so he might not have them in time. So that's a problem for Fonzie if he doesn't have any classical units when Sivoki comes. It could be a really bloody and yeah, Sivok is getting the chops here. He's getting all the chops out with me.
Temple of Artemis out of China. That's a lovely Temple of Artemis. He needs the growth here, and he has plenty of production tiles to work.
Yeah, that's actually good more from him. I mean, that's starting.
A lot of people hard rush Temple of Artemis, and they see a camp and they just hard rush it, and I think it's a trap. I was guilty of it. Smokey mentioned this to me, and it's like, it has to be worth the early investment, especially as it's so contested, and I think this is a good one here out of China. Okay, Eiffel's doing a nice job of getting out of his little corner here. I think he needs to get a quick kill on one of these city-states and get himself established on the map. Maybe come and steal the 3-3 spices, settle off of some area. Okay, a bit of diplomacy out of Svucky. Ooh, Fonzie might be going for the early holy site here. I think this is kind of risky. I mean, you want to do it as Poland, but I'd be really tempted to go swords here. I don't think he can afford to not. That road from Svucky is just alarm bells for me. He's got a million city states he could send this to, and he's choosing to send it to Fons.
Yeah, it could definitely turn out really badly for Poland here. I like how the middle of the map is developing in that these three guys are like all settling right next to each other here. It's gonna be fun to watch soon. Something's gonna.
Oh, Smokey's 17 gold per turn at the moment. He's just got his bronze working boost.
Yeah, it's got enough gold to upgrade anyway. It's making really good amount. I think if I was Sivaki, though, I would have settled Akalaki city on the spot, this Coco across the river. He would have been able to get Hill Coco in the city radius then early, which is a better tile in my opinion than the deer.
I would have definitely bought a tile in that city. I wouldn't be working the cocoa. I'd be either working that deer or the stone.
Yeah.
I like buying tiles early. I think it's very good.
Yeah, it depends though. Like, if you want to save money for swordman, you don't want to buy too many tiles. But buying that Coco is good because it makes the money back right really fast. If it's only 25 gold to buy it, then you get 3 gold from it every turn. It's a really good investment.
Camp
It
them
only
down
takes
from
12
Smoky.
turns, so 13 turns to pay it back. Sorry, no, not that Malangid. Oh, to win whether Feathers is going for Stonehenge, what do you think he's gonna get, the Crusader or Defender? I would like to see Crusader here.
I'd like to see Crusader here. He's building war carts in his expand. Maybe he's going to try a little rush on the Fons from this Kilimanjaro city.
Why did he just buy a slinger? I don't see any sense in that. He's got no barbs to kill with that.
Dutch going for Hypatia here, 2 campuses. Probably going to go project in the capital, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Hypatia is available.
Okay, India has found Kanak here. He's got his trader. I imagine he will probably build a road to Germany here.
Yeah, that would be the move to do here.
Encampment out of Eiffel also. So chat, what I was saying before about how I wanted to see a builder out of Eiffel before this encampment, like this.
Poland is only now going for Brownsburg.
He's only got 2 population, whereas look at Stroke.
And Sivok already has swords in 5. Wow, he's got no upgrade units. Got no upgrades. But is Sivok going for a 2-city rush here? He really should go for a 2-city rush, make those swordmen now into skill farm. But Fans is actually at least smart by getting Victor now. He can see that siege road coming. And he's getting Victor. It's gonna be really interesting to see what Twin Feathers does with his religion. Though he still needs to get the holy side going. That's why going for Stonehenge is usually never a good idea early, because you still need to build the holy site. And it's not contested usually, the religion anyway.
Yeah, it's usually more efficient to go holy site, get your religion, and then build Stonehenge. You only really go for an early Stonehenge if you're desperate for era score for the classical golden.
Can we see era score easily in this? Oh yeah, we can see it there. Well, he already has golden age, so like he doesn't need it for anything. India is pretty close to golden. I actually like. I don't know. This solo is a relatively okay player, so I think he's gonna do well in this game. But after which I think is gonna happen. It'll be fun to see solo do well. He's got extra culture pantheon already for all this stuff he has. I'm guessing Fans will go defender.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
I do like the name of the lower city of.
Yeah, Fonz is always good for a comedy name on his cities.
But that's really fitting for this situation. I like it. Yeah, the early conflict may happen here in the middle, or may not. Sivoki seems to indicate that he's not going to attack Fans, but it might be just a play to lull Fanzi.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite trust him yet. The land to the north of Gorgo is pretty decent. I think he needs to kill Bandar Brunei. If he kills this, gets a settle off here, he can start to expand into this area. Maybe even raise Hong Kong to get some more cities here. He's got a reasonable settle in here somewhere. It is kind of flat, but never underestimate a Plains River lumber mill. These are nice tiles, man. Hong Kong's probably the better city, but this opens up more map to Eiffel. So maybe take Hong Kong and raise Bandar and resettle it. Smoky's going for a settler steal in China.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. And he might just get away with it. Oh,
He got it.
that was close. That was close. Well, I'm happy to see that because it would have made the game too easy for him. Oh, thank God, that was close. That was close.
Oh, that's Sumerian religion. Oh dear. All world wonders provide for faith. I mean, that's kind of okay with Stonehenge, but taking what's now? Like, no.
I still don't understand why Sumeria didn't settle this 6-tile hill spice. It's much better than the Wonder as a tile. Well, a little bit better anyway. Instead, he put the third settle down in a very shitty location. He should have settled next to the hill spice, which is next to Eiffel. Take Bandar, and maybe attack Eiffel early. That would have been a really good play from him. which is now it's too late though, since Eiffel has General and Swordman, and Eiffel is going for Bandar kill clearly. And Eiffel's gonna settle the heal spice now too, and then Eiffel's gonna attack Wing Feathers. That's how it's gonna play. That actually shifts the, if that happens cleanly, it's gonna shift the game a lot into Eiffel's favor.
Yeah, it certainly will.
So what Siivoki needs to do here is get into that action before it's too.
Oh, here we go. Here's the shift in politics. Samaria asks Smokey for a renew, and Smokey replies by asking Fons for a friendship.
Yep, and now the general is moving. Sumer is going to be hit. That's the move that Siivoki needed to make here. Before Eiffel does it. There is still one general available though, but it looks like Eiffel's getting double. Looks like Eiffel's getting a double.
Tony Twin Feathers is playing Samaria. And he's about to
That's
die.
funny, Siivoki is saying, you guys are fucking paranoid, do I have to worry about my civilians? And he's trying to settle still China at the same time on the other side. It's just such a fucking, like, how do you say it, like, backstabby player. Like, you cannot trust anything he says. Yeah, I think that's what Chad was saying here too. It's like Siivoki and Requiem are the backstabber, warmonger and backstabber duo. I don't know in what order.
Who's that?
This game is a championship, free for all championships of the CPL. It's a qualification game. The winner goes to semifinal. Like my chat is saying that Solo doesn't have a CS to take, so that's a disadvantage. I said he has a 4-city CS to take. What Solo should have done though is go for a general. It would have made the job a lot easier.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's kind of funny how Noob of a host kind of keeps. He allowed it for no reason. One turn back now. It's okay, I guess.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization.
Okay, Hot Chili. Not missed a great deal. We've had a bit of a shift in global diplomacy. Svoki, who was originally friends with Sumeria, has now told Sumeria he will not be renewing friendship and would like to friend with the Thuns, which basically means he's going to try and kill Sumeria. And I think he's got a pretty good shot of doing it. Sumeria doesn't have iron.
I'm really sad to see the Sumerian religion pick up, man. I'm really sad to see that.
Yeah, me too. It's not going to do a great deal for him. And like the thing is with taking a building so early, so he picked Watts. Like you cannot build your Watt until you've got your temple anyway. So you want to do something that's going to give you early game bonuses, or like something that you'll actually get some worth out of. Like you want to take your building generally last. It's like because you're forced to take a building as your final evangelization of your belief. So yeah, he should have gone like Defender here or Crusader, or I don't think he's got the overall faith generation to do like cross-cultural dialogue or something like that, or like church property. But yeah.
Did you notice his Pantheon is also for wonder construction? Are we seeing like a mini middle student here, like trying to imitate?
One thing I have
He's
noticed is
clearly doing the same picks on the pantheons and religions like middle student would.
he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any iron. He's gonna die here. Oh, he does have iron. I can see it now. I was looking around for ages. I was like, "Where's Mary's iron? Is it improved?"
Yeah.
It is improved. Okay.
It's not gonna save him to have that one swordman over there.
No, it's not. He needs to cancel that settler in the capital and get out a couple of more warriors. Does he have gold? Let's have a look. He's got enough gold for a couple of upgrades.
Oh, Scotland is taking Lavenne. While it's declaring war.
That was slow.
Maybe that was to save the trader from Dutch. I'm guessing Scotland will kill Labenta anyway. That would make him to direct his units. So he's getting horses now to kill Labenta, and those horsemen are gonna go to Netherlands after that.
Yeah, I agree. Carlos likes to play aggressive as well. He can be quite passive and play SimCity, but he also likes to play aggressive.
And that's a problem for Netherlands because he's not really at all ready for anything. He doesn't have any upgrades, pre-builds, no iron connect. Basically fucked. And he's gonna be fucked in the ass soon. Unless somebody gives him iron. That's about these Diplo games that can happen. And if he is smart enough to ask for it. What do you think? Do you think Netherlands will die here?
I think he will. I think Carlos is well aware that Netherlands has gone 2 campuses. I think he's... I'm not sure if we've scouted him, and he knows his city strength. But I think it's absolute certainty that he drops Leventa and at least tries to take Netherlands. Dutch is
Yeah,
seen
we've
as
got a
much as
couple
well.
more campuses down. Let's see if somebody else will go for the general. Well, Sivok is general, and those swordmen, they're really getting in position right now. He's got a fair bit of gold to upgrade all of them.
How much is a
Well,
capture? Is it 55?
Yeah. If I were Sivok, though, I would have built a couple more warriors. I would be able to take Kandy or Jerusalem, right? And out of those two, I would be taking Jerusalem, because then if he takes Sumeria out now, he could just roll Poland right away after.
I think I'd
Unless
probably
of course
burn
Eiffel
Jerusalem.
hits him in that.
It's off water. It blocks some decent cities. I think I'd probably burn Jerusalem, take Kandy.
It's a smarter move for seeming perspective, for sure, but like for early kill of Poland, Jerusalem is a good city. It has good production potential for early growth or early killing, and it's close as well to Poland. Although the meteorite hit north of Kandy, so there's a nice settle next to that and the Fox. There's the big ass crater. Like, look at what the fuck is Sumeria doing? He's making barracks. What is going on here?
Oh no.
What is going on here? What the hell? Why would anybody ever make barracks unless you're playing Macedon? It's like the most worthless building in the game.
I'll make them in
At
the
least
mid game.
until late game.
Yeah, I'll make them in the mid game to start upping my general points per turn to make getting the Renaissance and modern generals a little easier.
Yeah, and you might want to get if you can build these or recruit these, what are they called, engineers.
Yeah, and terracotta army can
maybe
be quite nice.
And you can also get two. If you build armory there, you get two boosts for your text from that. So that's useful.
Can we have a look at China?
It's only useful once you're hitting medieval era. Definitely, what he needs to do now is build warriors in there instead of barracks. I guess he can't build warriors there, but he should build them somewhere. I mean, he's got one warrior, right? He's just going to die really, really fast. Yeah, here we go. Action starts. Fons has got a lot of units in position too. I wonder if he's gonna join, because once Sumeria is dead, then it's not good for. But they have friendship, I guess, so nothing he can do.
Okay, so we got golden ages for Gandhi, or Gorgo, Georgia, and Sumeria. Oh, look at the settlers out of Kanak and India on top of each other here.
one swordman is not gonna do much. If it just had a couple more units, and why doesn't he change the production in the capital and the other city? He's still building the monument and the set, and he's still building the barracks even after he lost. I mean, certainly this attack wasn't completely indefensible. Like, he just built units.
Oh, that's very kind, Zapparun. I'm glad you enjoy the stream. I really enjoy doing it. Having the headset's been fun. I did have one before.
Are you seeing this, Tom?
Yeah, I'm watching it. This settler out of the capital is making me very sad. All this is doing is just giving Canuck more cities. Giving Svoki more cities. Oh, Canuck's sad. Canuck's sad now. I wonder if Canuck's going to go for defender here. He's going 2 holy sites. I think he knows that Maru might come for him.
Is Canuck in Dark Age?
He is in a normal age.
What the fuck is he doing with 2 holy sites? In normal age. What is going on here?
I love normal ages as Germany. It's I never played Germany into Dark Ages as Germany. I never played them until the pen and brush change, and now a heroic age as Germany is just, it's so good. It's a little bit broken.
No, Germany playing Dark Age and then heroic. If it was normal Germany, it's really good because you have the extra dish early on. But of course in the mod it's not so good, the Dark Age. But like in normal Germany, the Dark Ages and then from there to heroic is just beautiful with Germany.
In the mod it's very good because pen and brush gives you +2 gold, +2 culture, so your Hansas all give you culture. And when you set up these your little German plazas with all the Hansas commercial, that's all giving you culture and extra gold. It's crazy, and then that's how you get super fast tank cores as Germany without having to invest massively into culture. Oh, Svoki's going to lose a builder here to a walkout. Oh no, he's got it.
He's not. What the hell? He just suicided in this.
Leventer's going down next turn. I think Alexon realises what's coming here. He's trying to build an encampment, but that's 5 turns. Those horses are going to be on that city before then. There's a German scout. Is that level 3?
Yeah, iron combat field goal.
Yeah, I think we might see 2 players go down here. I'd like to see a couple more horses out of Carlos. He doesn't want to overinvest, he doesn't want to revel himself and use all his chops on what might be a failed push, which I think is smart, but I think he can convert this kill, I just don't think he realises it yet.
Yeah, I mean, he should bank more than 3 horses or 4 horses for this push, just to make sure he's up. It's not a huge investment to make a couple more horses anyway. With the production card, they're not that expensive. Horses are a lot cheaper than swordmen to build.
Oh, Svoki lost a Kepsu. I mean, it's not going to save him, but it's still going to hurt a little bit.
What did he lose?
He lost one of his unique units, but he gained a city.
Yeah, it won't make a difference though. Now Sumeria lost iron. Unless he's getting one from somebody. But I don't think he'll have the brain to ask for it. And I like Kanaki saying that was the dumbest move ever.
It's good, isn't it? I think Canuck knows what's coming here. I'd be a little bit worried if I was Canuck.
Yeah, now the ball he's making Varus everywhere like he should be. The only thing missing is the general to speed them up. But Varu is such a fucking strong unit in close quarters, man. It can negate general and
Damn, I can't denounce him.
a lot of shit if you can surround the units with them.
Oh, that is one big ass desert. Wow. There's tundra below the desert. Lovely. Oh, Bandar Brunei's got wars up on Eiffel. Sad. You can take it, but that's annoying.
What is annoying?
Bandar Brunei's threw wars up on Eiffel as he tried to take it.
Nice. At least it slows him
This
down.
looks like I think he might raise this and resettle it. I think that's the smart move here. I would raise Bandar, resettle it, and go and take Hong Kong.
Yeah. But I don't know why he doesn't want to just settle the spies. Or he wants to settle it, like, on the wheat or somewhere near that, maybe.
Okay, we've got a religion
What
coming out of Fonz
Tony
here.
is saying could have maybe happened if he actually built some units in defense. Why he didn't.
You should have seen it coming. Like the general, all the gold, you should have been taking precautions. You can't just assume that players are gonna give you peace for the whole game,
And he's still
especially
building
in
a
a game
monument.
like this.
I mean, why is he gifting a monument? Well, okay, it won't be probably able to finish, but still.
Oh, it looks like China's going to come in for the Hong Kong kill here. Maybe we might see some conflict between China
he actually got the third general.
Yeah.
So he's going to challenge Eiffel there. That's at least good. We see some action. That might mean the Eiffel is going to keep run band. We'll see. We'll see. Well, maybe Eiffel raises Bander, and let's see if hopefully we'll see them nicely both attacking Hong Kong at the same time, and we'll get them fighting over it. That will be really. So let's hope Eiffel raises Bander here, and we'll see some more fun.
Oh my god, please just delete that settler Samaria, please. I wonder if Spooky might try and steal Permagon off Eiffel here.
Yeah, steal what?
Pergamon, his city down at the south of the hoplite, completely
Oh
undefended.
yeah.
He's got a road. He could just run in and snatch that off him.
Alright, looks like Eiffel kept banned there. Won't be so much fun action happening then with Hunk.
Oh, here we go. Varu's coming out of India.
This Kanak is building warriors, so he's not as much of a noob as this Tony guy. To weathers, whatever.
He's got a nice stash of gold as well. Just needs to get a few warriors out, get them upgraded, and get a nice line of archers, and he can defend this.
Yeah, if he does let some of those warriors through though, then he's fucking done for. Looks like CTI is doing everything but making war here at this moment at least. Okay, Carlos is making a couple more horsemen, but he's what is Carlos waiting for?
I think he was just healing his units. I imagine he'll probably move next turn.
They're fully healed already.
He needs to be quick. He does have horses online. He does have his encampment in 2 turns.
Yeah, all the time he delays here, it will make the kill less likely.
Oh, Spooky's in on Bandar Brunei emergency. Has he took it? Oh no, he hasn't took it. This is asking him if he wants to. Oh my god, Samaria, please delete this goddamn settler.
Can we see the emergencies in Spectator?
Yep.
Oh, he did delete the settler at least. Or did he? Where? Yeah, I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, no, me neither. Unless he it looked like it just deleted on the turn he took it, like on the same split second.
Well, at least he didn't feed him the settler. That was good.
Here we go. Here's the move from Carlos. Okay, I'm like an I4 here. He's got 6 cities. He's got himself opened up into the map. And I think he just needs to get a couple more settles out and start thinking about who he's going to push into. I think he should maybe be eyeing up China. If he could control this whole eastern side of the map, he'd be in a good position. No, China's going for Buenos Aires.
We're probably gonna see some Sicilian horses faith purchased here. Does he have? He doesn't really have a lot of faith, though. He's been using, some. Or just not gathered much.
Yeah, let's look what government he's in. Is he an oligarchy as well?
How can we see who's in Golden Age, by the way? Or do we just have to know?
If you look next to their portrait in the top right.
Oh yeah, there it shows.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
In the bottom right hand corner, there's a little logo, and when you drop down the menu to see everybody's science and stuff, you can see their era score towards the next stage as well.
Nice, nice. Oh, here is the Netherlands. Netherlands war is happening now.
Yeah, I just had a little eye on it.
But I think it was long to get there. It's not looking like completely good.
I think he takes
Got
this
too
city.
few horses. He might take it, yes. Yeah. But he should have brought more horses right away. Secure the kill. Because going in with 4 horses only, like if you went in with 8 horses, it will be done for.
Yeah, Red's mic's breaking up a little bit, isn't it? He's joking on Sumeria's gameplay. Oh my god, there's an emergency on Spooky, are you for real?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens now in the center of the map with Sivogi being right like a sausage in a hot dog here. It's a big fat sausage though, but like right between these 2 players.
What did I want to... God of the Forge,
And
oh my god, what
China went for the shit city of Buenos Aires instead of challenging IFE.
Yeah, that was a mistake, he should have come down and took Hong Kong.
Yeah, that was a pussy move. A totally pussy move. I really don't understand why he wanted to take such a shit city. I mean, it's really bad. Buenos is a really bad city. He's got 3 hills, and only 1 in the first radius. I really, for my mind, can't understand that move. Unless he's just so afraid of Eiffel.
Canuck needs to get his swords in a better formation here. And he needs to pump some ranged units out.
What, you don't think this is a good formation where he's right now? This is like the holy sword formation. You can see that one in the behind is the handle of the sword, and the 2 are the tip. It's the holy Canadian warrior formation. It will bring glory to Germany. But what the hell? I guess maybe he's doing just for the boost, but like, I don't know why India is building walls right now. Well, looks like you were wrong. He's not taking the city, it seems. Well, he still might, but let's see.
Yeah, he lost the unit which was siege unit. I think will it die next turn with 3 horse hits?
He can hit it with small 4 units if he can fast null that one horse on the rise.
Yeah, he can get over the river and get 4 stabs in. I think it'll take it, right?
Yeah, and then that 1 unit also in the encampment will disappear. That will be big for him. And pinning down Netherlands to 1 city will be a huge thing for him.
Yeah, Netherlands is completely irrelevant if this city falls.
Yeah.
He kind of is anyway. 2 cities, 2 campus strategy. I'm going to be. You're not going to convince me that that's a smart play.
Well, I still can't understand Carlos not trying to like push this move with a little bit more units so he could actually kill him.
He actually is. Well, that's fine, John. Dutch is taking pikemen. Yeah, he is completely irrelevant. What a colossal waste of time.
I don't know why he's not asking for iron from somebody else. Like, I'm sure Scythia would, in this situation, give iron right away. Probably also Georgia would give the iron.
Look at the unique tile improvement of Scythia with the Earth Goddess. That's a lovely tile.
Oh yeah, yeah, it gets bonus from the horses.
Yeah, I think it's +1 production and +1 faith for each adjacent pasture, and then the Earth Goddess is giving it a +1 faith as well.
I think Earth Goddess is mostly a really shit pantheon, though. I know you like it like a lot, but because it's a bit the same like this Australia. Once you start killing the forest and building mines, you'll have no tiles that give you faith anymore.
Yeah, it's true. But what it is it's sort of you just click a button and you get a decent faith income for a while. And if you can couple it with Monumentality in the classical era and get 2 or 3 builders out of it, I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, but I don't understand why some people pick that over. Like you pick it over this Harvest.
Yeah, I pick it over Harvest. Harvest is pretty weak at the moment since the most recent nerf.
You think so that you'll get more faith out of this one than Harvest?
I think over the course of a game, you'll probably get more faith from Harvest, but in the initial stages of the game, when Earth Goddess is more impactful, Harvest is less so.
Yeah, I guess for the early part of the first Monumentalism Golden Age, maybe. Depends.
Before the most recent nerf, I always took Harvest. It was my favorite Pantheon. I'd take it over Divine Spark.
Of course, 100% Harvest is like godly, but it's just insane how much you can do with 100% Harvest.
Even the 75, but I think the 50% has just nerfed
Oh,
it
I
a little
didn't
bit
play
too
with the
much.
75% nerf at all. I think
It was
Probably
good.
during
It
my
was
break.
still a little strong. I think maybe somewhere in 60% would probably be a nicer balance. It's pretty undesirable. The majority of players will tell you that they won't take it now. Whereas when it was 75, it was deemed overpowered still.
What the hell is happening in India? He's building 2 sets of walls instead of fucking killing German. Is he really going for a defensive formation?
He needs archers here. Just more archers, line of Varus, and just grind him down.
They are at war now, though. Let's see if Skanak is foolish enough to push with these 3 swordmen and get them killed.
Yeah, they definitely die. He needs to just set up a line here. Where his swords are, just shuffle them along, get a nice straight line there, archers behind, and then he's just free to sim. Just box India in, out tech him. Oh, Carlos got the city from Scotland.
Oh, he did, yeah. He managed to move on the rise. But he's gonna need way more units to be able to take the cap. And he's gonna lose that pressure. He's just too far away from his other cities. And he needs to bring reinforcements before he loses that city. Because if he only has those 5 horses there, and the Netherlands is spamming those spearmen, he's gonna lose it. And it's gonna be back at 0.
Yeah, Candy going down for Smokey as well now.
Yeah, Sivaki's position is looking really good. What would need to happen here is the Eiffelses would need to make a push. And Netherlands a push on the other side. But if that won't be happening, then I think Sivak is gonna run away with the game. But he's between these 3 players, so like much can happen. But France might be just a bit too pussy for that. And China's being pussy too, so I don't know.
Yeah, what needs to happen
2
is
pussies and Eiffel.
they need to either gangbang Smokey so he doesn't win, or they need to make decent pushes on their own. Maybe Thons kill Scotland, or China or Eiffel kill each other. Smokey's an excellent SimCity player. He's not going to throw this away, just sat with all this room.
Instead of complaining about Sivok spawn, they should do something about it. Like if somebody has really good land and you don't have as good position, then the longer you wait, the more fucked you are.
Yeah, it's very true. They all need to intervene. There needs to be a big three-way push into Smoky.
Yeah, so what we need here to see here is some diplomacy. Eiffel allying funds or something like this against this evil menace. That's just 8 Sumeria.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jungle Bear. I think Scotland is in a pretty decent position. Yeah, Scotland has a lot of land, and Carlos is a very good expansionist. He's good at getting his settles out and quickly getting his cities established.
From humble beginnings, you have shown remarkable growth. Leave your bronze for iron, and rule with horse and sword. The sky above begins to reveal its secrets, a collection of heaven that uplifts our hearts.
Yeah, those settlers are going here and here, it seems.
China got the 3rd general, Jungle Bear. Carlos getting his golf courses down. These are so nice in the mod. I think him and Eiffel did declare friendship. Chew! Chew! What a me. No, they did not. So maybe we'll see some conflict here. Yep, Canucks losing these swords to India here. He needs to just set this line up and get some archers out, and this is fine.
Why? It's more fun to go attack on marshland against with a single sword pointing against 3 Varu in formation. I think war moves and making war is one of the biggest differences also with like average or bad players and a good player. Like clearly Solo here is not a top player, or not a good player, but he's an okay player compared to a weak player here. You can. I think this is like a good defining matchup between like an okay plus player against a bad plus player. Like he knows basics of the game, and he can upgrade swords and stuff like that. He just doesn't know how to use them.
Firex has crashed. I'll just hot join, it's no problem.
Are you still here, Tom?
Yeah, Firex has crashed. I'm just connecting to players.
Alright, alright. Yeah, Scotland has the forward settle Fonzie. I think Fonzie should like stop being a pussy and attack somebody. Like now Scotland is really busy with Netherlands. So it would be a good moment to strike against Scotland. But if Hans is gonna be pussy here, he's just gonna die later to see what year Scotland.
From humble beginnings, you have shown remarkable growth. Leave your bronze for iron, and rule with horse and sword.
Fonzie isn't invested
The
into
sky
culture,
above
so
begins to reveal
like a
its
Hazard
secrets,
timing will be very
a
late.
collection of
Fonz here.
heaven.
He's just gonna have to
But
do.
a
Yeah, I don't know what's
Hazard
happening with
timing.
Fonzie. Like I played a game earlier today with him, and he was playing Zulu, and he didn't make any culture. And then he just started pushing another player, like I don't remember what turn it was when he finally got mercenaries, but it was way late. Yeah, this Canucks line is just going to fall here really fast, and then he's dead. Or makeshift attempt of a line. But India needs to move the swordman really fast on that forest, unless Canuck is not realizing that he needs to put his sword on it too. Then that sword on the cow is gonna get really fucked in the ass. But he needs to surround it.
Yeah, he needs to minimize the amount of tiles he can be surrounded on. And if he can secure that sort of 3-tile choke, then he's good. Fucking hell, that was loud. Oh, I got a killer headache. I might have gone out and had a bit of a good time last night, chat. I am suffering today. Hangover's coming in waves. I think I'm okay, and then it's like, ugh. Real gross.
What is also energizingly interesting is Canuck is on 10 science and he's nowhere near anything. And also India is gonna get crossbows way before him. What I don't understand now, why is India not moving the swordman on that? India is making a defensive line here instead of pushing. What the hell? All India needs to do is now kill these units here. And it's over for Germany, but he's just defending. What the hell?
And Canuck's not training his archers. He should just be shooting down these units, getting promotions.
Yeah, I mean, this is so funny. We're watching like a bad player against a little bit less bad player, and nothing is happening. I mean, what the hell? Like India could really like just storm this line, move that one swordman from the hill on the forest, and next turn kill the one on the cow, and then just roll in. What's so complicated about that? Now he's just giving time for Canuck to move his sword on that time. He's fucking backing up with the sword. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, at least hopefully he'll fast move that elephant on there. And then he'll quickly kill this unit on the cow. Let's see if he gets the elephant on the forest. Or he's too pussy to even try to. He still keeps building those 2 sets of walls here. What the hell? He could be building archers in those front cities to help this conflict. He's making walls in his fucking capital too. What the fuck? Who is he defending the capital against? Look, he's moving. I don't know what the hell is happening here.
He's pulling
He's
back out of
retreating.
this.
I think this one ship of Carlos is why he's retreating and yeah, he's afraid of the naval invasion of Scotland. This is it's a bit sad watching all this play.
Looks like Fonzie's about to get his iron pillaged by the Barbs as well.
Sorry, what did you say?
Looks like Fonzie's getting invaded by barbarians. He's about to get his iron pillaged.
Yeah. But it's a bit sad watching the play on the left side. Like, this is a bit frustrating to be observing this from all of these 4 players here on the left side. Same with Humang though. Like, he could be doing so much better. But and the Fonzie is too passive play. Sivok and Eiffel are the only 2 who are somewhat taking command of the situation. But yeah, Eiffel's just not enough. Nothing interesting on the religion front either. Poland is trying to get a cultural victory. Like it's gonna happen. I mean, come on.
Not enough
Sivok wants to kill him.
Not enough investment into theatres or Oracle for a cultural victory here, Fonz.
Yeah, it really is not happening. I do have to say the marketplace building for Poland looks better than the other marketplaces.
Yeah, it's very good. What it's also good for, it's particularly good in war games, where sometimes it can be quite difficult to get trade routes off to players or city-states.
Yeah.
And you get gold for internal trade routes off the Polish market, which is really nice.
Yeah, Solo has a science lead on Kanak, but I don't know, like, okay, is he really just waiting for crossbows? Now he let Kanak set up the defense there. This is so sad to watch. Like, he could have so easily pushed through and killed, but he didn't. Of course, at the same time, it was sad watching Kanak's defensive attack. At least finally he got that line in play. It's still a weak line the Varro could push through, even on the straight line, because he only has 2 archers and he's not building more. Well, because he doesn't need to build more because this guy is not doing anything. I think this Canucks play looks like he says like made one tactic that he's playing with every sieve that he always makes 2 holy sites, no matter if it's golden age or dark age or normal age. But he always just makes 2 holy sites, and that's the only play he knows how to do.
He likes to play Gandhi, doesn't he? So he'll always trade for Gandhi. I think he's just doing his Gandhi strategy with every save. I don't think. Are you sure it's my mic which is weird, Ramok, or is it Red's, my co-caster? I know Red's is cracking up a little bit. The one that doesn't sound British, yeah, that's Red. That's not me. Oracle out of China.
What has Harrow been doing with his faith, by the way? I noticed he lost some, but I don't know what he's been doing with it. Maybe he just fate bought a couple of range units.
Yeah, maybe he bought that horse and the chariot.
Why? What's he gonna do with it?
Yeah, Georgia killed somebody. He rushed some area with about 5 of his unique units in a general. We had a bit of a war. There's a war going on here. Scotland lost a city to horses. You had 2 cities, 2 campuses, Hypatia, and died. There's a war going on here, but it's just a bit of a stalemate now. Nobody's really pushing, though India quite easily could push here.
Oh, I see Carlos got a swordman now on him in his papa.
Ooh. Where's my water?
If Poland would be smart, he would take Carlos Sedler now and go fuck him up. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Nah,
Nope.
Fons just isn't ready for war at the moment.
He could have at least slowed down Scotland. Well, at least Fons has the culture pantheon, so it's gonna get him some culture.
Yeah, it's quite nice for Fonzie here. What, about 6 culture per turn or something? That's quite huge at this stage.
What he needs to do now, though, is he's got a really nice faith generation. He should start saving that faith up for faith buying some of those winged hussars, and just make an immediate push as long as he reaches them.
What you want to do with Poland is you want to evangelize your belief as quickly as possible and get your second relic. A good way to do it is with the Mahajadubi Temple, which grants 2 apostles. I'm not sure if Fons has got a spot for that. It's very expensive in production, but it means you get to save your hammers. Yeah, he'd have to buy his apostles. Because then once you've got the 2 relics, then you're going to be doing about 90 faith per turn, something like that, and that's a hussar every couple of turns.
Yeah, the reliquary is pretty nice with that. Now, India went defender instead of crusader. I'm really saddened by this India play here. Now he wasted production on this Farut. Sad day in India.
I think the religious victory might be a bit tough here, Jungle Bear. There's like 3 or 4 religions already in the game. But you are right, those are his 2 options. And of course, Jungle Bear, you are the man to spot the potential religious victory. Did you spot that, Red? Germany has just come out of oligarchy and is now in classical republic. He could easily die to these Varus if India notices that.
Poland is making a decent amount of faith and a good amount of gold. But his science is shit, and he really needs to push when he reaches knights and hussars. He needs to make a knight hussar crossbow push.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Alright. Sivok is researching knights right now too. So I'm guessing we'll see knight push from Sivok as well. I don't know. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just see him in the middle peacefully for a little while, at least waiting for the opportunity.
I think we might see muskets into Eiffel from Savoki. He's got the upgraded units, he's got units on his borders.
Yeah, it's possible. He would need to get more of those units though into Moscow. So he needs to build more swordmen.
Let's have a little look at some people's tech trees.
But I'm also surprised that nobody has Zeus down Madol. But I guess not most players haven't found it then. Oh, I think everybody has found it. I don't know. It says there's a relationship to everybody.
Yeah, that would be really nice if India could get himself around there and find that.
I mean, India, I think, has found it. I can't understand why he doesn't use it. I really don't know what's going on there. The whole Indian play is a real mystery anyway.
I was just having a little look at his tech tree. I think he's spooked by that galley. He's hard teching shipbuilding at the moment.
One fucking galley.
Yeah, one galley for Iriscore and he's spooked.
Yeah, imagine that one galley is derailing India here. That's basically what has happened.
Yeah,
Now.
that's what's happening, yeah. Do you think Scythia should go aggro and take the Dutch
Yeah,
city?
he stopped taking for crossbows. Oh my god. Well, he might be just wanting to also navally attack Germany here. But like, the whole thing is that he doesn't need to. If he just got those crossbows, it will be all over. If he's so too pussy to push with the Varu, but crossbow Varu push would wipe out Germany. He doesn't need to get those fucking frigates out.
Yeah, it's true. He was going for a general in his capital before, and now he's changed plan on that. If he just got 6 or 7 crossbows, not even that, 4 or 5 would be more than enough. He could just
Yeah, he's
wipe
so much
out
ahead
this
of
line.
Kanak right now in science. Kanak have no match, no like solution to counter those crossbows. Nothing he could do.
No way.
But this shipbuilding shit is gonna take so long. I mean, instead of going 4 turns to crossbows, he's now wasting like 25 turns to get free at current tech rate. Of course, those harbors in next Golden Age is gonna boost his sign. And Kanak has no. Yeah. Oh my god, Kanak put down a Hansa next to. Oh, it's a government plaza. I told you, man. Kanak is not gonna build any Hansa, man. Especially not next to commercial, at least.
Yeah, you called it. You did call it.
I'm betting Kanak won't get a single Hansa down before he dies. I don't know, like, maybe he will, because now with this India going to frigates, maybe he will have time to build 1 or 2 Hansas is possible. And then he dies to frigate. But like, this Indian place is pathetic. If he just killed Kanak here, he would be in a really fucking good position. Yeah, it's really sad. Nobody's going Crusader.
I know there's been some incredibly bad religions this game. I've not quite figured out why.
Feed the world for Kanak.
I've got everything riding on Scythia found in a nice religion. But he's just sat with his apostle doing nothing. Does he have a holy site, or is this a Golden Age dedication? Where's his holy site?
I don't see it anywhere.
He's not in a Golden Age. How's he got this apostle? Is that what he bought? Did he buy the Great Prophet with his faith? Oh my god, what is going on?
That would explain why the faith has disappeared completely from his charts earlier. And he's still not making it. Look at him doing the walls in every single city right now as well. Well, maybe he's got a wall card on, but he's not chopping them, so I don't know what that's going on here. So he's just building walls for fun of it. Sivaki defense, just in case. Like walls without units will matter much if no knights come. Oh yeah, that's a good point from Hot Chili on my stream, but Eiffel still hasn't put his +5 campus down, even though he's campusing a lot. Because he doesn't know how to farm his capital and buy the fucking rice tile.
And here he is, Eiffel, going for his textbook empty Apadana.
Yeah, and look at that. Do you see the Mars rice next to his capital? He doesn't know how to. Do you see that tile there?
Yeah, buy that, get
Like
a watermill.
with that tile,
That's
it was so
6
easy to
food
get his
tile.
cap to top 7, and he could put that campus up also.
Yeah.
Or like, can you see also his government plaza being completely useless here?
Yeah, I think he rushed that out in his capital for no reason. Sometimes it can be tricky and you
That
end
is
up
the
just
most useless government plaza I've ever seen.
you end up just sort of planting them wherever. He was a little bit sparse on chops, so I'll give him
Well,
I'll give
okay.
him credit there.
I've sometimes seen Nepal wasteful government plazas, but that's bad. Especially since he's free simming here. But Tom Apadan is a good wonder for city-state control as well if you build more wonders in your cap.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Oh,
Abadan
cool.
is an excellent wonder. It's very good, but we like to take the piss out of Eiffel because he builds it every game, but rarely builds theatre squares, so it's always empty.
Yeah. My Apadanas are quite often empty too. Well, usually I get something in them though. I usually have a few theaters at least at some point. Especially if I'm playing Gorgo, I will have theaters.
Oh, Carlos is going to lose a settler here unless he gets the shift move off, which I think he should because Arxon is a real slow loader. So I think it's safe. I imagine he's going to have this shift queued up onto the Woods Hill.
Yeah, let's see. Unless Arxon is really smart and shift moves his scout on that same time.
I think Scotland's looking pretty strong here. I think if he were to get, I think he's got to go for just a couple of crossbows to kill the Dutch city, and then if he rolls over Cannock afterwards, he might be in a game-winning position. Carlos is a very good player.
Well, judging from the performance up so far in this game, I'm not sure if. I guess it depends what's the qualification for a good player.
Well,
yeah,
you loaded into Carlos's.
Compared to a lot of players.
You loaded
But, like,
into Carlos's
should have
Germany
really...
game. Remember that a few days ago? he was in a
Yeah,
very
he was
good
good at
position there.
teaming there, but like this warfare against Dutch, it's just not going really. All he needed was a few swordmen there, or more horses initially, and he would have killed Dutch already.
Yeah, I agree, but what it was a very small investment for 2 cities. He built 4 horses and he gained 2 cities from it. I think that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad, and now he's zeroed Dutch out, and he can kill him later. Sure.
Yeah, he gained a campus
But
from it.
if I was playing Carlos here, Scotland, I would have killed the Netherlands already, and I would have killed Kanak already too. And I would be right now killing Scythia with knights. And the game would be GG already. And we will have a CC maybe turn 60. I mean, he's in a really good position to do that, but waiting here is wasting that position. But it's not wasting, but like you said, he can still kill Kanak, and he probably will later. But he's also giving Sivaki time to grow here.
Yet another holy site out of Font. I wonder if we might try and see a sneaky religious victory out of Font here.
Yeah, and the danger for Scotland too, like delaying the play here, is that if Fons grows balls and attacks, do you think it could happen that he grows balls and actually moves on Scotland?
Maybe. I think he knows
If
he
he's
needs to do
staying
something.
friendly with Sivaki, then he'll at some point I think he'll try it.
He's got 0 chance of winning the game here if he just sits on these 6 cities. He doesn't have much more room to expand. He doesn't have any good cities to expand into. His only play here is a religious victory or a aggressive push into Scotland.
I also don't know why Fonzie hasn't killed Nanmadol already. It's a decent. And he has a cultural district already made. But like I'm saying, Carlos is like putting himself in a potential like bad situation if Fonzie grows balls and attacks by delaying then taking all this time here, which he didn't need. And now this pikeman coming up here is also going to make the pushing a bit harder. What is really cool, the Netherlands has still higher science with 1 city than Germany does. I think that's really charming.
Yeah, Germany is playing really bad. It's Canuck. He's the big boss on the server. Doesn't play very often. He's notoriously bad at the game. Like here, why is this not an archer, and why is it not just farming promotions off these 2 units? There's absolutely no reason for this to be a sword.
Oh, Tom, you actually like said that a bit before. Like you shouldn't have said that he has a bandana. He's not ready.
It finished it. I got a notification.
Oh, we did. Oh,
Yeah.
for some reason it didn't update for me.
It's
Never
not
mind then.
updating for me in the production either, but I got the notification. It said I thought.
Yeah, I got the notification. So I was not observing that.
Yeah, but when I did the same, I came back and looked, and I was like, "What? It still says 3 turns." But no, he had finished it. Hello, Nicola the Great. Let me guess, you like to play Alex.
I think there's a reason why Sivok is growing towards left, not right with his cities. I feel a city kill coming here.
Yeah, me too. I think he's going to go with him on knights. He's starting to do the chariots.
Right now, though, if he went with knights, he would kill Eiffel right away. That's good to know.
What is China doing? Not a lot.
Well, on that note, he would toast China too. But China has a bit more military than Eiffel.
Okay, let's have a little look at ages. No golden age for Gandhi. No golden age for Gandhi. No golden age for Kanak. Sad times. I mean, he's got 2 turns, but what can he do here? I can't see it. He doesn't have a boat yet. He should be getting his boat out. What's the story? Okay, so Georgia, Svoki, made an early friendship with Samaria, and flip-flopped over to the Fons and killed Samaria with unique unit and general. Carlos built about 4 or 5 horses, swung up, dropped Leventa, and then took Papa off of the Dutch, and he's just sort of sat biding his time to take this capital and probably Germany afterwards. Germany and India, yeah, have been having a big staring contest. Fons is sort of sat here. I think he's feeling a little bit useless, doesn't quite know what to do with himself. He says he's not played Poland much or at all. He hasn't really got the culture to do a decent Hussar push. Yeah, Ramuk, you're exactly right. They should be farming archer promotions off each other here, but they're not. They're just having a staring contest. This is a heavily religious game at the moment. We have 4 incredibly average religions. Sumeria's old religion took Watts when he was about to die. He really should have gone defender. We've got Fonzie with reliquaries on Poland. Tithe, inherent preachers, but he's fully evangelized, so he's got his 2 relics. India, work ethic, which is very questionable in my opinion. Church property on defender. Canuck on Germany with Feed the World and Stewardship, with no commercials or campuses. And then we've got Scythia, who faith purchased a profit and hasn't got a holy site. So yes, the religion play has been pretty funky. Here we got Namadol's going for a culture victory. It's going after the first musician. CC to Namadol. Yeah, Carlos really does. Naked settlers everywhere all the time. I played against him. It wasn't the last time I played a teamer, but it was close to. It was about a month or so ago. I stole 2 off him. I stole his first settler and then I stole his second settler. And then he still beat me with 1 city. He very nearly killed me. I couldn't kill him. I could not take out his 1 city, and he built 1,000,000 horses and nearly killed me. Oh, that's sad to see, Carlos. You were building that archer for about 9 turns. I agree. Fonzie's city names are excellent, aren't they? I particularly like Balls to the Walls. I think this is Foki's game here, really. I think if he can secure another kill, I really cannot see how anybody's going to contest him. Right, Golden Age next turn. And who missed it? I think Canuck and India were on for a miss. Oh, I'm going to desync, I think. Yep. Yeah, I think that's got to be Poland's play here. He's got to push Scotland. Peter, if you keep talking about points, I'm going to ban you from the stream. Points are irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Games like this is about winning the game. I mean, obviously I'm not going to, I'm joking, but it's completely irrelevant. Who cares? It's meaningless. Dark Age for me, what a noob. Yep, Canuck and India both missed their Goldens. Oh yeah, I really want Eiffel to get his win, Orgathy. I really, really do. He's been working hard for it, man. He's played every game, but he's just gets these awful Eiffel spawns. Nobody spawns quite like Eiffel. Look at this garbage. I mean, yeah, he's got some decent cities, but This is just not a happy place to spawn into. Like his first settlers is like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 settler move. Second city 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to plan. All this just like plains, tundra, garbage. It's so sad to see. There we go, Smoky 82 science per turn. Is he at guild yet? Let's have a little look. Guild's in 5 turns.
Well, it doesn't look like to me that Sivok is attacking anybody, right? All his pre-builds are in defensive formation. And he's not making more of them to have enough to make a punch.
Yeah, he's got good science. I think he's just gonna keep simming for now. Maybe go muskets on Eiffel. Maybe, I'm not sure about that.
If he would do that, he would need to start making more pre-builds though. Unless he's just going with 6 muskets and that's it. Well, if I attack people, I usually like to bring enough force so I make sure it's a quick war.
Yeah,
Or that
that's
it's a war I will win for sure. But
that's
6
a
muskets
mistake
is
that
not
a lot of
enough
people
for that.
do. They go to war underprepared, and then they're so far away from home. By the time somebody's made defenses, they start losing a couple of units, and it's game over. They can't push. Everyone's been guilty of it. I know I do it too much. I try not to.
I think a golden rule for me is like if I bring 3 times the military as the defender, it's gonna be a nice roll. If I bring only 2 times, it's gonna be a bit of a slugfest. If it's less than that, then I'll really need to outmaneuver the defender. So of course sometimes you wanna make that sort of attacks anyway.
I do like this tile.
I think I accidentally muted my stream, so I'm saying it again. Because sometimes you need to make that sort of attacks again. But that's the thing with CPL or any C player in the world. Like 95% of players, they don't utilize their strength when they have the possibility to do so. Like whether it's a strength from a science or some other means, positioning or situation. Somebody else is worrying some other player or whatever. Like, but people don't take advantage of their position. Like let's say Sivok here, he might be in a good position now because he's killed 1 player and it's a free land to sim. But like you said, now if he doesn't take advantage of this position, then Scotland might kill finish of Netherlands and finish of Germany, and then Sivok won't have a easy win anymore here. Just because he doesn't take advantage of this situation currently. Instead, if he just sits around simming here, he's only what he's doing here is allowing other players to catch up.
Yep, that's very true.
And that's something that maybe more than 95% of the players in this league, they don't do better than Sivok does in this situation. Most of the so-called top players also are included in the bigger percentage of those players who don't take it. There's actually very few players who are usually like not afraid to take charge of and command of a situation and position like this. And the problem with him is also that if okay, he might be ahead in science, and maybe he'll get first a really good unit. But he's still in between 3 players here, and he's allowing Scotland time and possibility to make good on his land. I mean, Scotland is already catching in science. It's not long before he's very on the very similar science. And if he manages to finish Netherlands and Germany, which he will at some point for sure, like there's no way that he wouldn't kill them. It's just a matter of time.
Not gonna lie, I am sad that
But
Carlos is
it does
refusing
take
to
certain
make
kind
Jitsi
of
here.
game awareness. When we make a decision here, for example, who will see what he push? Where does he utilize that power and strength now, and how?
Yeah, Carlos has played really nice. He's expanded well. Got the city-state down quickly. He grabbed this, Arelling his neighbour in the process. He's settled their land. He's allied Scythia to his north. The only real thing he needs to think about is the Fons. I think Fons will be passive here. I want to see a religious victory from the Fons. That would be so cool. Let's see, is he getting signs from his commercial hubs? He is. So he's not gone Eve. Ooh, nuclear golf courses, nice. I mean, personally, I'm always going to build my golf courses on grassland tiles. It's just, that's a much more appealing tile to work for me than this. Can we see the religious lens? Yeah, sure. Ooh. I think I'm rating my hangover on maybe a 4 out of 10 now, guys. I think I'm coming through the other side of it. Certainly took a full day. I wonder if we'll see some industrials from Carlos start getting in on the engineer points. I find that's something I neglect as Scotland. You guys know me, I like to get theatres out, so I struggle to have the district slots. I find once I've got my campuses, my commercials, and maybe a theatre in every city, I just want to build units, builders and traders and stuff. I just don't really seem to find the time to do the industrials. Colosseum incoming. Where's he going to build it? He can't build it. Oh my god, Carlos. Oh, Carlos. No, you sausage. I mean, I don't really want to say too much. I think it would be poor form of me to point out his mistakes. We have already chatted about Chitsnitsa. Maybe this was a too much of a hint from my part. It wasn't meant to be a hint. It was more of a meme. But looking back, maybe it was giving away information which I should not have. But it's his land. Well, Carlos, you're breaking my heart here, man. Where is that knight of focus? He's coming for the military tradition boost.
Oh, yeah, are you seeing Scythia right now, by the way? I don't know if that's defensive or offensive.
Yeah, I saw he had a couple. He's been building more and more. Maybe he's going to make a push here.
I hope so. Like, something needs to happen here.
Doesn't have the economy for it though. That's 50 gold in the bank, 20 per turn. He can't push
Yeah,
anybody.
knights are not that expensive though if he pushes with knights. Right, yeah. It won't be too many knights.
Let's have a look at China's tech tree. Through man, there we go. Is he hard teching this? Just going to start putting science into it. I wonder if we'll see a cav rush out of China. I mean, caving Gorgo's never really going to work. He's got relevant science, hoplites and muskets will stop cav absolutely dead.
So how's the Indian? He's now 5 card or crucial. Does he have any galley upgrades even?
No, and if he'd built his galley, then he probably could have got his golden age as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he missed that shit too.
Yeah, and he was super close. He needed like 4 points or something. I think it was very doable.
So sad. This like India Germany matchup is just so fucking sad to watch, man. Kanak is building his first commercial, but of course he's building it on no adjacency land with no Hansa around. Even though he could build it at least next to the government plot. I need to have a beer here. I can't take.
I'm still feeling a little bit sensitive for some beers last night, so I'm on the tea today. Tea and water.
Did you go like all crazy last time you were spectating?
No. Last night I went to a friend's house after the match. He called me at about 11
who can
o'clock
say
or
no to
something.
free beer or free drinks?
Yeah, so me and my mate we had a bit of a party last night.
Well, a couple of drinks is good to level the whole thing up. What did Canuck just do? He pulled everything back.
They've gone for a friendship.
They made a friendship?
They did, yes.
Oh my god, this shit is just like... Why does India want to be irrelevant? But yeah, I guess that's the difference about between like good and bad players. You just don't know when to push and how to push. Like two really important things missing. He built the units to make the push, but he just didn't know how to do it. Of course, if he didn't build the walls into front cities, he would have been actually able to push through better. If he just made a few arches. Or more, yeah, a few arches would have been really good, breaking that line even more easily. You know, what would be really great for the league, Tom?
What's this?
If like experienced players, let's say you really like to be contributing and spending a lot of time like spectating games and being nice to new players and whatever, right? Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, you enjoy that more than I do. Like I usually just, if I'm spectating, like last time, yesterday I was supposed to spectate the game, but then I saw the lobby was the so low quality. I just couldn't bear to spectate the match. I just decided to play instead.
Just murder them
At
all
least
instead.
then I'll get to do something myself, you know. I'm just being honest about it. Like, at least I got to like make a better score for myself. I did an earlier season. Of course, it was a game I almost had almost no chance of losing, but like it's still okay fun. But like you are on the other hand don't mind so much. Maybe you wouldn't mind spectating a little bit newer players too. And what you could do is maybe you can just like host and spectate games for new players in the league, and you could just like don't tell what whoever is doing specifically, but you could like private message all players equally and give them advice what they should be doing.
Yeah, that would definitely be something that I think would be pretty fun.
I mean, players would learn
received.
so fucking fast, but if you did that,
Yeah,
at least some of them.
This
like
the Sun
that
Z
sort of
guys used to
thing-
do training games and stuff about a year or so ago, and they were pretty popular. I think maybe it's something we'll revisit when Gathering Storm comes around.
Yeah, I think like spectating and giving advice is better than training games. And of course, like certain players, like Kanak, he's an old timer. He's played Shield for 20 years. He's not gonna learn new tricks. So helping him is just a waste of time. He's not gonna learn. But let's say this solo guy, maybe if you told him how to push and when to push and not to build the walls, he just would have rolled Kanak very easily. Like he had the setup to do it, but he just didn't complete the mission. He just bailed on the last moment.
Yeah, I'll definitely think about it and see if other people would be keen to do it with me. I think it would be pretty fun and pretty well received.
I don't think anybody would object if you just like for random lobby, you just hosted a game and invited everybody. Like, this is a game where I'm gonna give advice to everybody.
Yeah, I think there's other people that would want to do it. There's quite a few guys that sort of enjoy that stuff.
So of course you have to like be fair and impartial in the whole like helping out thing. So you don't like give advice on enemy positions or anything like that.
Yeah, of course, and it's like where like with it being a ranked game, then when do you sort of draw the line on what's like an inappropriate amount of help for one player, and how do you share the help around everybody so it feels like it was fair, and you're not just like ghost playing for somebody. Like, I've spectated people's streams before and like give them tips and stuff while they've been playing, but it's like, where do you draw the line of giving somebody a few tips upon request and actually like playing the game for them? I think you have to
Yeah,
try
and
and
like
find
let's
a
say here,
balance.
you know where, let's say like you can see now the Sivoki and Eiffel units. You could, you know, like if it's a good timing to push or not. But the player doesn't see the unit, so you really need to know what you can say or what you cannot say. It's basically you could only say on the things that they have visibility on. But I think it's more like maybe you can give advice on war moves or on seaming and where to do this kind of stuff or more. Of course, like in general tactics too.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like the idea, and I'm sure others would be keen to do it with me. I'd do it. It would be fun.
I'm sure people really appreciate it. I think it's really harsh for a lot of new players to get into playing the league when they just get smashed right away. And I do sometimes feel bad about it, but like I still like winning games more than like giving freebies to the new players. And I enjoy killing people, so it's a hard paradox. But you don't have this much of a problem on it, so you like building theaters more than killing people.
I do. I just like city building and just messing around. Like, I don't actually majorly enjoy Classical War that much. There was points where, about 6 months ago, I was going to Classical War every game because I found it incredibly fun.
I don't think classical war is the most fun part. Like medieval war is really cool. It's really fun to see your knights smash things up.
See, I like
Medieval war is
industrial
really
war.
the best part.
I like industrial and modern war. I like to go field cannons, artillery, like rangers, tanks, stuff like that. I find that way more fun than knights and muskets.
Nuclear wars used to be my favorite part of the game, but I don't like it anymore because of the shift entering.
Yeah, same. It's really spoiled it. I never really
It's
liked
a
it
really
anyway.
huge shame because that was such a fucking fun part of the game. I'm really missing that part. All the fun nuke wars I had, especially Philly Boy, those were the best games ever. A lot of with Checker too, and some other good players.
I'll often CC as soon as the nukes start flying, even if I think I'm in a game-winning position. It just, I don't know, it sounds silly, but I just don't want to see the world burn.
I've had so many like really long, like grueling nuke wars that like two players that are just fucking nuking the shit out of each other and just raising cities all over the map. It's such a blast to play that kind of war. War of attrition all the way to the end. And like people say that with nukes on, like even back in the day before shift entering, you could easily win a science victory or cultural victory even in the nuke war. Well, mostly science because every other player is usually dead by then. So culture is pretty hard, but like science wins very doable with nukes. It's often either nukes or either science or domination. Yeah, those were the games. I don't find tanks and cav so much fun as knights and nukes. It's like stuff in between is not so much fun. Radar artillery and airplanes and modern armor are decent fun though. I just can't understand going for boats and not building any boats. What's the fucking point of going to boats if you don't make any?
Exactly. And has he even really scouted the sea that much? Does he even have an idea if it's going to be viable? You should have just all-ined on Canuck. That was a huge mistake of his.
I find this Scotland play really funny too. Like you said, he's gonna push with crossbows, but he attacked crossbows right away. Now he's hard building them.
Oh yeah, I know. He was building an archer
Or
for
hard
about.
building one of them.
Yeah, he was building an archer in that city for about 6 turns. He finished the finished the tech, and it was suddenly like a 25-turn build. And he's just carried on building it.
Yeah. I think this is just a game who's fumbling the most. It's not about who's playing the best, it's who's playing the worst. And who's playing less worst. But it's kind of funny anyway. We do have Sivoki with a fairly okay science now. It's 140. It's not like really good for turn 65. It's like better than most players do, I guess. At least Sivoki has gunpowder now, and then also Robert the Bruce is gonna have gunpowder, but he only has one swordman up front. So what good is the gunpowder gonna do to him too?
Okay, Fonz is going Grandmaster's Chapel here. Maybe we are going to see this as our push. I'm not sure if we'll see animation come back to Bear. He has mentioned once or twice he may come back, but I don't think I don't think he's really got much love for the game, to be honest. I think he finds it a little bit primitive.
And now Sivoki is complaining about he's maybe attacking, I don't know. Oh, Scotland and City have allied here, if you didn't notice.
I didn't notice they were allies. I knew they spoke about it.
Yeah, they have formed a line. So that would mean that the only target for City possibly can be is. And the City and attack, if possible attack is only suicide if nobody else takes action against him. It's not suicide if somebody helps him.
If Eiffel and China intervene on this and he gets pushed from 3 sides, it's gonna rel him hard. And he's not gonna run away with the game, and it's gonna give other people an opportunity to catch up. It'll probably hand Scotland the game, to be honest, if that happens.
China is doing fairly okay in science, considering he shit science. He's getting good boost from the China ability, I guess. He's boosting everything.
One, two, three, four, five, six. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice 6 city coliseum out of China as well.
China made it, yeah. You always pick up these things.
Yeah, I do. I watch for the stuff that I do. If I see people going Oracle, if I see people going Coliseum Theatres, I spot it a mile away. Scotland was also going for it, but he can't even build it. He doesn't even have a flatland tile for it.
Scotland does have decent adjacencies on his it's good like setup he has, and he has set jungles at least for campus adjacencies. At least at one campus. You
Yeah.
could cut one of those jungles down though.
I like Scotland's setup. So, right, who's doing books? Only one classical writer? Oh my god. Not on my watch, guys. Let's see, is Eiffel's Apadana empty? Yes!
Germany finally overtook Netherlands in science. Per turn anyway. His turn 67, he overtook one city, Netherlands. Do you see these Canucks commercials, man?
The big question is Canuck gonna build a Hansa before he dies?
Yeah, the bets are on, the bets are on. He's kind of gonna make a Hansa. Now spectating Canucks game, I really forgot how bad he's at this game actually.
It's been interesting to watch him build. Like, I know he was bad at the game, and like, because we play against him, he's always behind. But the early
Now
granary
you can
rush
tell
just cemented
why
it to
he's
me.
behind. I really like this how Canuck is building the harbor, you know, in Cologne, and then building the commercial inland with no adjacency.
And like, he took Magnus first. He's not rotated it once. Like, his first expander's got so many chops. He
Yeah,
could,
but why would he need to rotate it? He doesn't chop anything.
yeah, he could put it in Hamburg, and he could chop out 3 or 4 settlers from there. He could expand. He could get a Hansa commercial thing going. Plant on that rice and actually do a decent Hansa square.
Painter on my stream is saying that he's been playing with Canucks since 2002, and they're on the same level. Well, I mean, it's okay. Like, it's okay that there are people with a different skill level and everything. It's just when you are good at the game yourself and you're watching somebody who's really bad at the game, then it's like it'll be funny and frustrating at the same time. It's not meant as a like a negative thing towards anybody. Oh, I just got approached by a great merchant here. I got offer for my pint of beer. I got it traded into wine. It's good to talk about like relationship things like a Civ game too, right? That's what turns all the girls on. It's a good tip for you, all the viewers. Always remember to talk to your girl like you're talking on Civ.
Just don't denounce her.
Yeah, don't declare war. If you do have to, but that's the big question. If you do have to declare war, do you denounce her first?
No, definitely a surprise vote. Definitely a surprise vote.
Yeah, unless you're playing India though. This Chandragupta without the mud.
But then you did, or you could play as Scotland and declare a war of territorial expansion.
Yeah. See, we got nice relationship advice here too for you guys. Oh, Scotland, I got now 3 crossbows here already. Soon 4. So actually, it's attacking maybe at some point.
He's got gunpowder. I think we might see like 1 musket upgrade and then just a quick kill here.
Well, it's not gonna be possible to upgrade more than one since I have only 1 swordman.
This is true. This is true.
I really don't understand this city and push though. What the hell is happening here with this city and push?
The turn 70 horse rush.
The painter is saying that Netherlands overtook Kanak again in science.
No way.
Yeah, he's ahead in science per turn. It's turn 70 and one city challenge is be under war. He's beating Kanak. Free teaming Kanak, Germany.
Can't believe he's getting beat by OCC. Oh, I've seen it all now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the leader of our fine civilization multiplayer community. Free Sim in Germany, losing to OCC. Oh, there we go. Fon's making a move on Namadol. Couple of huzzahs out.
Oh my god. He's turned 70 and he's going for his first city-state kill. It's about time. But I guess, I don't know. Like, I think you usually go for the city-state kill around the same time too, Tom.
This is true.
Usually when I'm watching your streams, I'm like looking, you have a really good city state next to you with really good land, and then you're attacking it turn 60 or 70. It's like, it sometimes makes me want to cry, but it's, I guess people have different kind of tactics. You don't want to waste your time building units, but I guess with overflow chops, you get a few units anyway, which you could use for the kill. I don't know.
Yeah, that's sort of how I build my military. I don't really rush swords and rush somebody or a city state. I mean, yeah, I know it's profitable to do so, but
Yeah, but I mean, you can just like overflow chop three warriors and upgrade them. You don't need to rush anything really. Just need to tech iron working at some point before turns.
I like to rush commercial hubs. Religion lens, let's go.
But yeah, I think it's a really good thing there are people with different play styles and like ways of playing the game. It also makes it sort of more interesting. I know everybody's playing the same. If everybody on the league was playing same like me and Esther, you know, it would be a boring place anyway.
This
Or
is
maybe
what-
not boring. It will be all out war, but like it wouldn't be boring.
This
But
is why
it
I
would
like
be
middle
sort of like
student so
boring.
much. I think middle student is the
Diversity.
the only
brings
person in the
enjoyment.
league which comes up with completely unique strategies which he makes work.
Yeah, some of them really work. I actually lost one. It's the first time I've ever lost to middle student. I lost one game. It's painful to admit, but I did. I had a shit start, but still, I made a bad play in that game, and still, like middle student, like because he had fascism army knights. He was able to kill my field cannons and cav with them.
And there was a point where, like, when he was always playing Russia and stuff, where, like, if you just rushed him in the early game, he would die immediately. But that doesn't happen anymore. Middle student can defend very well now. He'll hold off knights with just a couple of warriors and archers. I've seen him hold,
Yeah,
like,
he can do decently well. Yeah.
I've seen him hold like,
Sometimes he
decent
plays
rushes
really
with
stupid
just
fight,
slingers.
mostly. Yeah, I've seen him actually defend with slingers when he got Defender of Faith. It's kind of funny to watch.
It is. I've got to respect that sort of unique playstyle. It's so cool.
I think I was watching Fish was streaming. They were playing a teamer, and he was like spawned right next to Fish. He was on the same team, but like he had two enemy players attacking him simultaneously. Yeah, one of them was Esther.
One was
Esther
Edeth,
attacking
yeah.
him.
I watched the game and he held that sword
Yeah.
push with literally nothing. He got Malon Raiders from one side, Swords of a General from the other, and held it with about 7 archers. It was incredible. Got a couple
Yeah,
of
but
swords
initially
online.
he held the Malon Raiders with only slingers.
Yeah, he did. It was so cool. Everyone's screaming at him to like upgrade units. He was like, no, I'm just gonna get my religion and then it'll be fine. And he did. He got Defender and he held it. I wonder if religion victory is possible with myself and Red as spectators. Because did you see that? No, FRX has crashed again. No problem. I'll just hot join.
Oh, it's happening a lot for you today. I really don't get this Harrow's attack though here. Like he's pushing against muskets with unupgraded chariots. What the hell is happening in Harrow's land? Well, let's hope somebody takes advantage of this situation though, to make this game interesting. Like IFO and China really need to make a move here. Yeah, and Eiffel is allied to China now.
The problem is, if they move in on Svoki and knock him out of first place, I think it hands the game to Scotland. The only way that it doesn't is a big push from Fons on Scotland at the same time.
Yeah, but I think France will do that hopefully. And also, if China and Greece actually manage to kill Sivoki, they get his land. If it's only an Ural war, then your prophecy is the correct one. But anyway, like, they could just easy now if they don't do it. Well, I don't know. Like maybe Scotland
You have
will,
built great cities of stone and
you know,
seen
get his
early
shit
empires
together and
rise
kill somebody
fall.
here anyway.
Soon you will stand under the towering pinnacles.
I mean,
of
Scotland does have
castles
field cannons in
alongside
4.
your gallant knights.
But he only has 4.
That
No,
is
he's
where the
now he's got
story of your
5
people
5
will be
field
written.
cannon upgrades here.
Just as
Oh, he's
the
got a
young
couple
apprentice
crossbows
learned to
coming
carry
from
a
his
sword.
home base. But what is Gorgo going for? He's taking astronomy right now. Is he going in? Did he pick that up from me? In our previous game. No, oh, he's going research labs. Gorgo is not gonna attack anybody. You can kiss that sword goodbye. I don't know what plan is this from Eiffel. Sit in my corner, get research labs, and CC the game. That's all. Just pray for the best. Pray somebody doesn't win the game before he gets there.
Oh, I think going straight research labs here is too risky. I'd go infantry first. I like to go research labs, and I think with a front line like this with Spooky, he needs to go.
Yeah, but the
infantry.
game is gonna be probably decided. Now he's not. Sivok is gonna kill City here now because nobody's intervening. So going research lab is handing the game to Sivok. That's the problem with the research labs. Once Eiffel gets them, it's completely too late and wasted.
And he shouldn't be hard teching astronomy here. He's going to get the boost for that. He should change to banking. He should be a little bit more careful with his science and his boost here.
Oh, did you notice that Netherlands actually snuck a city up?
Yeah, I saw the settler at the start of the turn. I didn't see him plant it though.
Yeah, I missed that part, but I can see the city. Unfortunately, now he just planted it while Scotland is making his push.
China's burnt Hong Kong to resettle it.
Finally.
Have a look at the generals? Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah, it's a bit on one-sided war, I think, between City and Georgia. As soon as Georgia gets the units properly in here. Georgia has Cav soon. It's on siege tactics now. Yeah, 4 turns, 3 turns for Cav. Yeah, Cav is gonna demolish CTR really fast.
Netherlands is absolutely destroying Germany. It's nearly got. It's got about as much culture, about as much gold per turn. Georgia is sat on about 600 gold and 200 per turn, so yeah, he's going to be able to upgrade these cabs, no problem. Germany's so bad, it's so true. The worst thing is, this is our leader, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they didn't even war, they eroded themselves by overbuilding units. And neither of them were able to, like, do anything with it at all. They're friends and they wanted to do an alliance. I have no idea why, I don't know. Solo saw this galley and went full retard.
If Fonzie actually had cranked up the culture a bit more, he actually might have some chances of cultural win.
Yeah, nobody's invested into it at all.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Like, there was only one classical writer when I4 was on for the first medieval, and he's only doing 3 points per turn.
Yeah, the problem is he's not doing anything to increase the culture win. But he does have a decent science now, though. He took the religious preaching, though, so you think he might be done trying to get a religious victory here?
I don't know, I'd like to see him try, to be honest. I think it's definitely on. If he can hit his next golden age, takes the Eve of the Evangelists and goes for a quick
He's
sweep.
converted Georgia already, so maybe he'll get his spreading from there.
One thing I was looking at though is if you go to the religious victory screen, it says 2 out of 11 civs converted. So I think that's counting me and you. So I'm not sure. We would have to like pay attention to that because I don't think we would see a win screen.
Yeah, once all the others are converted, we should call the game instead of waiting for the victory.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see a win screen. Are we about to see field cannons from Colossae? 2 turns.
He has soon converted Scotland, too, by the way. It's really not too far away from the cap.
Doing nearly 200 faith per turn. That's.
And if Scotland does kill all these 3 other players on the left side, then and Scotland is converted. And if he's able to convert now to 2 on the right side, then actually, if there's 4 players remaining on the map, he would actually get a religious.
The thing is, he'll have to convert all of the German and Indian cities anyway, because as Scotland takes.
No, he doesn't. He just needs to be at the majority of the cities.
Yeah, that's true.
And capital makes a big difference.
The Renaissance age is about to start in 7 turns. Okay, we've got some muskets out of Scythia, you might be able to hold this.
Yeah, he's got a general for them too. City has a 40 science per turn. Same with India. Only Germany and India missed the golden age. The heroic duo. I think the slow pace of this game, like people are dropping like flies from the stream too. There's nothing really happening here much. That's like really noteworthy. It's happening so slowly. Yeah, if Sivoki doesn't put more weight on this attack, he's not gonna get through here very easily.
As I thought, did I go past him once?
Oh, I see the Great Wall being built. Oh yeah, the tiles are actually improved now, how much they give yields.
Yeah, they're actually very nice. If you build them on hills, they're actually super nice. Like a plains hill, obviously it would be a +1 production on that, so it's like 1 food, 3 production, 2 gold, 2 culture. It's a nice tile.
Yeah.
Great library and forbidden to Svoki.
Where is it?
Oh, I've been private messaging Carlos insisting that he builds the Chitsunisa in Oscar. Because those banana tiles, there'll be 3 food, 2 production, 3 culture. Amazing.
Yeah, Archagent. Archagent, I don't know, like, this game is really slow paced, not that much happening here. These players obviously are not very, like, decisive in their maneuvers. If that's the correct word to use here. Yeah, I mean, Sumeria was like a free kill. Like, yeah. He had one swordman and 2 chariots for defense. But otherwise, the players playing this game, they're just very indecisive in their actions. They're not like players who like decide games on their actions. There's more like a lot of players who wait to see what happens. And when you pack a lot of players who all wait to see what happens together, this is what you get. But it's progressing slowly. Like Scotland will eventually be able to kill Netherlands, and then he will kill Germany. Oh. But Tom, I really want to see the face on maybe Scotland when he realizes all the districts that Canuck has been. I mean, Carlos at least knows how to place districts, and when he sees these Canucks districts, all the commercials on hills in the middle of nowhere.
And he's now going for a commercial hub harbour setup, but they're not adjacent to each other.
Yep, he's done 2 of those now.
Oh, he has. Oh. The leader of our fine civilization community. Showing peak play here. Yes, with the zoo he'll get science from the rainforest. I think it might only apply to the city it was built in though, right? And he built it in Lima.
I don't know where Carlos hasn't upgraded his one sword and for. Maybe he'll do it now. Sivok is finally upgrading to cap. So Tom, what do you think? Will Sivok be able to kill with these units he has here?
I'm not sure if he kills anything.
But why is Scythia not going for pikemen if he's building so many spears? Oh yeah, pike and shot. Oh yeah, now I remember in this mod you don't need pikemen to upgrade to pike and shot.
I'm pretty sure you do, yeah. I think he's gonna be very disappointed when he hits pike and shot tack. He's gonna realise.
Yeah.
Where is he? Harrow.
Hey, listen!
Ah, Killer, thanks for the follow, mate. Welcome to the channel.
Also, he could boost the metal casting very easily. What the hell is happening here? He's making a siege tower.
I'm not sure what he plans to do with that.
That's the construct you don't see very often. And there are good reasons to it.
You can do
It's
it
a lot more
without zeal
expensive to build
justifier,
a
but yeah,
battering
he
ram.
definitely should have took zeal.
And battering ram.
He wasn't
gives also
playing
better
for it. It
results
wasn't
since
part
it's
of
like
his
permanent
strategy. Even though it's definitely on. He's like, what, about 180 faith per turn? Yeah, 175 faith per turn, 28 cities converted.
Yeah, I guess with these spearmen, he's gonna die. Since he won't be able to upgrade. Even though Sivoki has very little troops on this side, but he has got enough cap. He just brought a few more.
He's already converted the biggest sieve. Problem is, he's not going to get the golden age, so it's going to be really tough.
Hey, listen!
Zam,
Painter,
thanks
you
for
need
the
to
follow,
understand
mate.
Sivaki doesn't need to bring up. Oh, Sivaki, sorry, I was watching his. Yeah, but the city defense is okay. Maybe you could bring a ram and use the knight on it. He's got the bombard, which takes care of the same result though. Bombard is like a ram in this situation since wall strength is no steel. That used to be like a good tactic to take down steel walls with knights though, but you can't do it anymore. Oh, he's gonna lose maybe one. Oh, he's not. I guess he got the first move, so he might not lose the field cannon.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to shift move that out. He nearly lost it though.
Yeah, but imagine how fast Kanak will die after this.
You called it. Canuck's going to die without placing a single Hansa. It's going to happen.
Yeah, you didn't believe me, man. You didn't
It's
believe me.
gonna happen.
I heard no single word in favor of this from you. I was 95% of sure that he's not gonna get a Hansa down. But what I didn't call that he would place all his commercials without single adjacency. That I couldn't believe myself.
Oh, at least he got his religion.
It's very common for really like not good players to not understand to build Hansas Germany. And especially build them next to commercials. But usually people know how to build commercials with adjacency though. Like they may not group them together, but they'll at least group them with the river. or with at least they usually group them inside that one city with the harbor. No, Germany doesn't know what a Hansa is. They're built.
Hey, Manj Punch, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. So I stream Civ 6 multiplayer. 99% of the time, I stream myself playing games. But today, myself and Red Phoenix, the other guy, the Finnish guy you can hear talking, we are spectating a tournament match. This is a qualifier for, we play in a league called CPL, the Civilizations Players League, and we're having a tournament to celebrate the end of Rise and Fall, and this is like a competition essentially of who's the best at Rise and Fall. These are the qualifying matches. At the moment we have Savoki. Oh, and thanks for the follow, mate, much appreciated. We have Savoki, great player, one of the best in the league. He is, he's right up there with one of the best for sure. He killed a player very early, Samaria, took 3 cities off him, and has been expanding. He is at war with Scythia up here. We have Scotland, who killed a city-state with horses and quickly grabbed this city off of the Dutch. Oh, let's have a little look, see if he gets this field cannon out. He did.
What I really don't understand is what is Eiffel and China waiting for. What is their game plan? Well, okay, I understand Eiffel's game plan is to go for regional slabs, but I just don't understand the point of the whole thing. What are they waiting for? Why are they just waiting in their corner, allied together?
I'm not sure. Maybe they're planning to overtakes Foki somehow, but I can't see it happening.
At least every other player has some sort of like sense in their actions, but those two just seem to be completely senseless.
China's got good tech though. He's 200 per turn at the moment.
That is true. China's doing all right.
Yeah, so he rushed this city state and quickly grabbed
Fonzie
this
has
city
gotten
of
his science
Scotland.
up as well.
He's just been sort of sat here biding his time. Made this player completely irrelevant by taking this city. The player irrelled himself. He went 1 settler, 2 campuses, rushed Hypatia and quickly died. It was a poor play. Scotland's expanded well.
I really want to see Fonzie do well, but he's a really nice person. He's the best guy in this whole lobby. Like, he's a really cool guy.
Oh yeah,
I always feel really bad for him when he never wins again. I really want him to do well. Like, I mean, he's got the like enough seeming ability and stuff. He just doesn't take action.
Yeah, I like
He needs to
Fonzie a lot.
capital.
I'd love to see Eiffel win a game. He's been playing every single game. We can't get to the semis and not.
But
have
you're not
Eiffel
gonna
win
see it
games.
today, that's for sure. Whatever
Yeah,
we're counting
today's
here,
not the
Eiffel
day,
isn't
is it?
among the favorites.
Well, I don't know. Me and yesterday's game with Architect, myself and Skycry were having quite the good time taking the piss out of Eiffel's strategy. He's like turn 60, he was like -7 gold per turn, which we were finding endlessly amusing. And he ended up tanking a player and did pretty well, but yeah. It was,
Yeah, I made a comment on it in my earlier game today. I said I'm doing the Eiffel strategy when Moira was asking, am I gonna night push him? I said, look at my gold per turn, I'm doing the Eiffel strat here. I just had turned off my upkeep card completely so I could get some overflow chops. But like, I just made a nice joke about it. I was doing like, it was also like, I don't know, turn 50 or something, and I was doing like 5 gold per turn or 6 gold per turn because I turned off my upkeep card. And I had a lot of units. I guess that's the difference to Eiffel strat. I did have a lot of units.
It was so funny. Like we'd watch him finish at university and then go down to -6 gold per turn because he couldn't even afford to upkeep his buildings. Yeah, Scotland's biding his time. He's finally taking Dutch out of the game with field cannons, and then I imagine he's going to line them up here and do the same with Germany.
I think Eiffel should play Russia more. I saw him play a few games with Russia while I was on the like. I don't remember when it was like, but like earlier that last year or something. And he was actually winning some games when he was faith buying horses and upgrading to Kazakh. But I guess that was before the mod. Yeah, it probably was before the mod. Before Russia was nerfed.
Russia's one of those civs that gets lots of points in FFAs. It's quite easy to place well with Russia. Even if you're not in a game-winning position, it's quite likely you're at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, but he always sent his Kazakhs like across the sea, and he killed one player, and then he got a seat. Yeah, and he built a lot of wonders too to get the score, I guess. I'd really like to see Fonz to try something.
Yeah, Fons could have won yesterday, but he completely unnecessarily conceded to Japan, which was sad. My money was on Fons winning yesterday. He had such a good position. He simmed real nice.
Oh, Sologov, the frigate's coming finally. He's going for Scotland, dude. He's going for Scotland.
Yeah, Scotland's going to lose a couple of cities here.
I still don't understand why he didn't kill Germany instead of this, like Irel in Scotland. It's the strategy some players pick. The whole Indian strategy, I'm gonna Irel Scotland. I'd rather not try to win myself.
I imagine he probably liberates Namadal here as well.
It could happen, it could happen. He's scouting the coast now, he'll find Namadal soon.
Oh, Newton goes to Fons.
Sorry? Oh, Newton.
Yeah, Isaac Newton's gone to the Fons.
Yeah, you're really good at observing this. For me, it's like 50-60 the games that I actually remember there's a Newton, he exists.
To be honest, I'm the same. I don't really go for the Newton too much. I find so many people invest into it. It's so unlikely that you're going to get it. I'm just
but
taking
a
a little
senior
bit.
player like you usually watches the screen sometimes at least.
I'm more looking at the great writers, to be honest.
Yeah, but if you look at them, you'll probably see a glimpse of Newton if he's there. Maybe.
Yeah, I very rarely get it. Very rarely get it.
For me, it would be that I would get him very often, but I just never look at him. Well, like for my playstyle and tactics, like it will make the games easier if I just got him, but he usually doesn't. Like the games I play with Checker, he always gets all the great people. I still win usually always. But it's kind of funny, like how Checker, when he had the bad computer, he always had like with his own even seeming really good. Maybe he killed one player, and then I would kill everybody else on the map, and then we would duel. It's all used to be the same formula. And he always had Newton and Einstein, almost always. So I just forgot to look at them. And then with like he would have the same science as me when I have like 4 or 5 times his city count. Oh, Netherlands is finally going down.
Yeah, it'll be GG for Netherlands next turn. And I imagine quite soon after, Canuck will follow the same demise.
Yeah.
Still no Hansas.
Yeah, that's campus he put next to the Wonder. Why did he fucking put it there?
I mean, there's like, what would that one be next to the holy site on the stone? That would be at least a +2, right? So you could have got 2 +2 campuses in there.
Yeah, but he did
on
that
the
from
stone and
Cologne.
next to it.
That's from Cologne,
No,
that
that belonged
campus.
to Cologne, okay.
He could have at least put it next to the commercial or next to the commercial and the encampment, whatever he.
Yeah, on the
So
night
at least get +1.
Yeah. And didn't burn a hill.
Yeah, like it's so funny. He's putting all his commercials on hills with 0 adjacents. He's just burning the hill. But what does it really matter? Because he's not working the hills anyway, so it's only 1 production he's losing. Oh, did you notice the Francis missionaries here, by the way?
I did. I think he's having a bit of a scout around. I'd really love to see France push for a religious victory here.
Yeah, but he needs to get more of that shit out. Just to get more. What are those called?
The apostles.
Yeah, apostles. He needs to get Jesus on the road, man. Hot Chili on my stream is wanting to report Germany for trolling the game.
Crimes against Civ.
Yeah, crimes against Civ, man.
Oh my god, there's Yerevan! And he's got an envoy in it. Fons, Sus, Yerevan! Go religious! It's the game-winning play!
Yahoo! I got era score.
Okay, let's have a little look at the demos before you cast your votes. I think it is different continents, you know, Justifier. No, only from his.
Only Sivoki has Sivoki and India have a Renaissance general. Sivoki only one with the industrial one. Oh, Scotland does have a.
Yeah, Scotland's got one too.
Okay, I want to see what. Okay, there goes the Indian Navy. 3 boats and one. Carlos is in for some surprise now. He's got another caravel coming though, and a couple more. Another one, and then one frigate on the other side. Oh, he's actually. Oh, there's actually a Greek navy there. Did you notice that? I haven't noticed that Eiffel was building a navy. Let's see what that can do. Can it take?
Yeah,
Can that navy? He can take
Carabaos.
Mumbai. Mumbai is really easy to take, and Madurai.
Yeah, he's gonna lose both of those.
Well, I don't know what he will do to Eiffel. What he will gain from that. Does Eiffel have the phase purchase building? Probably not. No. I don't know how Eiffel is going to capitalize on that. Is he just going to raise those? What's the point of the whole attack then? There's a couple cities less for Carlos to take though then.
What do you mean Justifier? Germany's districts are.
I think you're right now that they're not like Sivoki. I think Sivoki has played really badly here. He has not capitalized on his momentum. And now it's happening what you said, that Carlos is getting the freebies here. So I think at this point, it's, I don't know, like, a little bit depends on how fast can Sivoki kill Scythia, but if it takes a long time to kill Scythia, then I'm starting to favor Carlos a bit too here. Like the Carlos science is really bad, man.
Yeah, it has dropped off, but he's like building his like. Whereas everybody's got their universities and stuff now, Carlos is only just finishing his libraries. I think he's going to catch up quite quickly.
He'll get up there soon then, huh? And he'll take Germany and India here. Why would France join a war against Scythia? What the hell is Sivok talking about? And that's like asking an alcoholic to stop drinking and tell France to stop swimming.
This is true. To be honest, it looks like Kolos is going to come and defend Scythia here.
You can't burn capitals, guys, sorry. You cannot burn any capitals on the map. You need them for domination victory, so they're hard locked in. It doesn't matter if it's a conquered cap or not. So let's say if Fought managed to conquer Twin Feathers, he would not be able to burn it. His capitals can never be burned.
Here
Here we go,
Here
here we go, here we go. It's on, it's on.
Research labs out of China. Is he going to try and solo to space, do you think? Wonder if anybody's
Well,
doing...
that capital is gone. That's for sure. And Ire is gone too.
The problem with taking capitals like this is they will very likely get an emergency, which is very easily won.
Yeah. Yeah, and it will revolt anyway, so he can't hold. But yeah, the emergency is a good point though. And the emergency gold might be even worth it to lose the cap.
Yeah, at this stage that gold's going to be huge.
Sorry, what did you say, Tom?
At this stage in the game, that lump sum of gold is very impactful.
Yeah, especially when he doesn't have any gold. It's gonna make a big ass difference. Well, we're gonna see the death of Kanak now shortly. But Stivok is not really making much headway here. He's got pikemen and muskets here now. So he finally figured out that he needs to get pikemen first before he can get pike shot. After he lost most of his spearmen, unfortunately. He does have one pike and shot now too. And Scythia has upped his gold at least to 45 returns, so he can upgrade those pike and shots. but yeah, it will still delay this whole thing a lot here. I hope he can understand to put his melee card on though to produce those pike and shot faster. But Sivok is not investing a lot into this push. How soon does he have? I mean, thanks. He's got combustion in one turn.
Yeah,
Huh?
next turn.
Well, that's gonna make a difference. And the Scythian guy is positioning his troops really badly. He shouldn't like waste those. He should keep them in line with better support and not angles for 3 attacks at the same time. Sure, he should have pulled that pike and shot back where the archer is.
It's actually Diplo Plus with
Or put it where the musket is on the
maximum
forest,
of one
so at least you
friendship
get
or
the river
alliance.
defense.
So we have an
And
alliance.
only one side would be able to attack without river defense.
Scythia and Scotland are allied. Fons and Savoki are allied.
Oh,
Greece
that was
and
nice. He
China
killed a cav with an archer.
are allied. So it's essentially
Okay,
2v2v2s
tanks,
at this stage, but there
definitely
will
gonna
only
die.
be one winner.
Yeah, the tanks is gonna make a big difference here because China is wanking his place and he's not doing anything useful.
There we go, there's the war deck from Carlos. Oh, and a free settler out of Canuck.
It's a present. Merry Christmas, Carlos. I'm not sure how much difference it will make at this point, though. I don't think Carlos can catch up to Sivok anymore. He's just like I told you earlier. It's just too slow at converting his initiative. And the problem is that China and Greece are just sitting in their corner and having like a circle jerk together. And Eiffel is just wasting his resources. Irel warring India. I just don't understand what's the point of that attack. Like, why is Eiffel doing? Do you have any insight on this, Tom?
I'm not
You
too
play
sure.
with Eiffel?
I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the man that builds an empty Apadana every game.
Yeah, why is he Irel warring India? India's got a warrior monk, by the way.
Amazing.
Turn 82 warrior monk. He's gonna kick some ass. Oh, it looks like Scotland is sending reinforcements to Scythia. That could make a difference. Yeah, Scotland really needed to do something about that to make the game somehow. But I'm not sure like how it will help with the tanks. Will it be enough?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
And Scythia is just pushing too much. Like he should like form a solid line behind the river instead of suiciding all his units now.
Oh god, what happened? There we go.
He really needs to conserve his units. And the pike and shot can hold tanks if you keep them all with their chases and bonuses. But if they're single, they will die so fast.
Yeah.
Tanks. But if you can hold them in a line with units behind them and field cannons, you can hold tanks with them. Especially if you have Victor.
I don't think he could trade any tiles justified. This was his government plaza. I think he did trade all of his tiles. Looks like it. Yeah, this was his plaza. This was his government plaza, which he built in the capital.
Why is it? Oh, actually, by the way, Tom, it looks like India doesn't have that bad loyalty in Kilo.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. It was when he had a unit in there. It was holding.
Yeah. Can we see that? Did Carlos get an emergency?
I don't think so. I don't think he got one.
Yeah, because if he did get one, that would have been a game changer. Eiffel bought the bike and shot in Mumbai with his saved up gold. Let's see what that unit can do. Eiffel is trying to convert the situation into killing India with one bike and shot.
Holy shit! Nearly 300 science out of funds at the moment.
Yeah.
270. He's took the lead.
What is his science mostly consisting of there? Does he get science for something else than the campus does?
No, his religion isn't giving him any. He's not working his specialist yet, and he's got the population to do so, so he could up his science even more here. He's working one specialist in Lobby Simulator. One in Namadal.
How do you see if he's working the specialist?
Float over the campus. It will show like libraries, universities. So looking like Jungle Book, he's getting 3 science from working a specialist, and the library and the university both have a specialist slot. So if he worked all his specialists, he'd maybe touch about 300 science.
Did you say he had a... Oh yeah, there I can see the specialist in that one. But where is he getting the science from then? Is it just enlightenment?
Maybe it is. Let's have a look at his envoys. Yeah, 3 envoys in both city-states. And then he's gone quite tall, he's got a lot of population, so he's probably generating a nice bit of science from the pot.
Yeah, if he actually takes advantages of the science, it can make a difference too. Let's see. What he really needs to do is really push somebody here.
Yeah, I think he needs to
The
start
problem
killing
with pushing
Scotland.
Scotland, though, is that it will give the win more easily to Sivakid. And Fonzie is such a player that he won't challenge the win. It's a CC, unfortunately.
I don't know, fuck, he's sounding a little bit demoralised here.
Yeah, he does. Sivak's tanks are not pushing through as easily as he would want them to. One of them almost died. The artillery coming in now.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm here. Oh, hey Eminem, how's it going, mate? Thanks for the raid. How was your guys' games today? I saw you played a couple. Yeah, I agree, Justifier. I think it's going to reward much better city building.
I was
rather-
5 turns away from Cav. He doesn't have a knight boost.
China went research labs first. I've not seen him building any just yet.
Oh, okay. So they both got the same game plan here. It's the Research Lab Alliance. You can see who's like a passive simmer here. But why is he not finishing them? Okay, he's waiting for the level 2 alliance boost. Can you see anywhere when does the alliance upgrade? You're more experienced with this
I'm not
stuff.
sure how we can as spectators.
But as a player, can you see it somewhere?
Yes, as a player you can.
Where?
So, like, open up one of the deal windows with one of the players if you were to make a deal. You see underneath where it says Intel Report Overview, there's like 3 little buttons. There's Overview. If you go to the far right one, Alliance, where it says Current Alliance, you do not currently have an alliance with this player. In there, it will say the number of turns.
Okay, so it will say the number of turns when it will upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just getting into playing these Diplo games. I haven't really like it's been a long time since I played.
You're not used to having friends and allies, are you? You just kill everybody.
Yeah, I still kill everybody except those who give me gold. Or something else worth value.
I think horseback riding Justifier is going to be super impactful, just with how
I think it's just easier to kill everybody when it's Diplo game compared to war game.
the changes
Diplo
to
games are in general easier.
yeah they are, especially with if you have anything close to a bit of a reputation, people just gift you Diplo games quite often.
Yeah, most like 90% of players they just don't want to die to me, so they just do something that will prevent that from happening.
Yeah, and they think that they're not losing the game, but they are just losing the game. They're just giving it to you as soon as they meet you, and you're not the only person that it happens to. Lots of players that are very
Yeah,
strong.
but if you were
will do
playing
it.
a war game, they would lose the game anyway. I mean, it doesn't change who's winning the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah,
what
I'm
they're
not
looking
saying
for
that
is
you don't play well, but like yeah, players often.
I'm just looking at it from
grant
their
good players.
perspective. What they're trying to do is achieve as high a position as they can without dying.
Yeah.
Like they're just trying to like relieve the risk of dying and try to get a decent placing because they figure they can't win the game anyway. Of course, if I play with players who know that they have a chance of something more, even if a remote, then those people don't so easily like negotiate. But they will negotiate mostly too, if they're smart. But for me, I think like if you play a top player game, then it just becomes like an alliance against alliance game. And I really don't like that part about Diplo games. It's like top games in Diplo is just not so much fun for me.
Yeah, I agree. I find it fun because I kind of like how it turns into a teamer. I find it quite amusing. I don't feel it's particularly fair or a good test of players' skill, but I just find it quite fun.
Yeah, I guess it's equally fair to having a complete free reign on killing city states. It just matters on your spawn position and who you get to ally with.
Yeah, it does.
So like, if people like see that being a good setup, like why not just allow killing as many city states as you want at the same time? Which actually I find those games quite a lot of fun. I'm not such a big fan of artificial rules, and I like more randomness in games. Which might sound like a little bit weird thing, considering like I'm a competitive player who likes to win every game I play. But like I like the randomness, and even if it's sometimes not in my favor, but it makes games more challenging than for me. It's just kind of like more interesting when it's more random. And I think randomness is what defines good and bad players from each other. Like a good player can compensate for whatever random factors a lot better than a bad player can. Like or average player. Like most players, they know how to sim well, but then when they have to do something with the simming or like there's some random elements that are changing their game plan, they don't know what to do. Like for example, you take Kanak here, he doesn't have that many rivers, so he doesn't know what to do with his commercials. Or he doesn't get the first Dark or Golden Age, and he has to build the holy sites anyway. It's kind of an example of like how most players are within the game. It's just like a little bit extreme example. But like most people lack the skill to adapt to the changing circumstance. That's why they don't like the changing circumstance. It's a lot of things in life. People are afraid of different things. If something is different than what they're used to, they're afraid of it. Doesn't matter what it is.
It's true. People do not like change.
Well, Germany died really fast, at least. I'm really not sure how much it's gonna matter in relation to Fancy having 300 science, though.
Yeah, as you said before, he needs to convert it into something tangible.
Yeah. And now Fancy is finally doing something with his position.
City is going down.
Yeah, finally he's breaking through. I find it kind of hilarious and funny that Sivoki had to bring tanks against City though.
Underprepared for the invasion, he brought a small handful of units and it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Back in 1 sec, mate. Oh shit, what happened? Did they CC? Oh, they need to relobby. Sorry guys, I was AFK. Is there a new lobby up?
Yeah, I put the
Yep.
yeah.
Is this the? Oh yeah, yeah.
Is this game so boring that you have to AFK?
No, I was getting something to eat.
Aren't
You know
you
what-
and Red like host like commentating it
Yeah, we are.
together? Oh,
But apparently,
Yeah, we've been commentating the whole time. We're just
Not-
in our little commentating room, having fun
commentating how
together.
bad we are.
Commentating about the distinct, this complete and utter lack of Chichen Itza in that city.
And the city has a name, okay?
It's called
guess.
should. It's called should have built Chichen.
Is it invisible shits in it then?
Yeah, maybe you can't see it. I mean, where's the culture coming from on those banana tiles anyway? It could be Chichen Itza.
There'd be 3 culture tiles.
Got too many people breathing down my back to build wonders. I'm sorry, bro. Too much hate. My Diplo in this game was horrible.
Alright, so solo missing then.
I always feel like
And
there's always-
I'm not sure which turn you guys dropped, but it might have been that I had to load one turn back because the save was bugged on that present turn, possibly.
What?
I had a load turn, was it turn 88 or something instead of 89?
Did you,
I'm not
did
sure
you
if the turn transitioned after you dropped or but like everybody was
did you take the last of the save or not?
no, the second last.
Nah.
Why?
I mean,
Yeah, no,
why?
Everybody is like
Oh,
AI in that save, so it usually bugs out if you take up. I can take it if you guys want me.
Yeah, I don't think that will be a problem. I mean, doing that
It
turn
usually
over.
bugs out if everybody starts as an AI in the save.
It's my
I'll
vote.
try to load it then. Let's hope it works. It's up now.
It's not so much that AT crew is underpowered versus
But
tanks,
I think 95% of the times I've hosted a AI save, it bugs out.
but it's the amount of science required to get to AT crew,
I have
which
that one
makes it
88.
unviable.
That's that one.
This is 89 now. I'm loading.
Wait, maybe you stayed in the game? No, wait. Let me see
I
what
don't
I
think
have.
so.
Like pike and shot
But if I have loaded 88, then maybe I should
Culture.
load 88.
and field.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
also have
somehow.
88.
Yeah, I'll just load 88. It's safer. I'm sure that's the correct. For
You
some
had,
reason, it gave me the next one. Then.
okay. You probably stayed in the lobby long enough to get 89.
Yeah, it could be possible.
Okay, in that case, it's fine.
Yeah, pike and shot, culture, and field cannons is enough of a counter for
Let
tanks
me
that
show you some
going
link again.
AT crew is unviable. And yeah, the infantry is incredible, especially in the mod. They've had a buff, they're really, really good. do really rate infantry, by the way. I really like them. I like to go infantry. It's quite unexpected, especially with how good swords are and the likelihood of you having promotions on your swords. Getting promoted
Is Carlos
infantry is
in?
incredible.
No.
It's Robert the Bruce.
Getting an error.
Did you refresh or use the last link?
They're good as a defensive
Oh,
blocker
right now?
unit,
No, I didn't get an instant error.
but you're always better off just going field cannons, tanks, and then if you really, really have to, go into modern armor. But yeah, your artillery, like ranged units, so your artillery, your field cannons, machine guns in the mod, all of these are better than 18 Pro.
There we go. All in. Wait, how? Fawns is slot. I've got Slaughter on Fawns, but he got mute. Was I not paying attention?
You didn't have it. You were short
I
a few points.
didn't have the points? Oh, damn.
Nope.
That feels
But-
bad.
But I could buy it anyway with Fate.
Guys, was Solo voted a Ross? No, never mind.
You have
No, it
built
was not.
great cities of stone and seen
Is he
early
not-
empires rise and fall.
He had at least two cities that I seen. Still, there was no real vote for him.
Your gallant knights. That is where the story of your people will be written.
I couldn't
Just
see him
as
in
the
the
young
lobby.
apprentice learned to carry a sword.
I think he was in the lobby.
Alright guys, if me and Tom are moving into the separate room, you guys handle the pausing whenever you need it. Because we can't hear your voice chat.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe
Just
Fons
pause
can take the
whenever.
responsibility. He's a very responsible young man.
Thank you very much. Mr. Phoenix. I have the boss, by the way. So
Yeah, we're back. Oh, Eiffel. Canuck built another settler for Scotland.
Oh dear.
I'm starting to slightly agree on that statement from I don't remember who it was on my stream, but said that maybe he should be given a warning or suspension for trolling. Like he's feeding Scotland here with two settlers. And he finished building this settler after he's been attacked.
Hey guys.
Hey, kind of.
Yay. What's going to be interesting here is to see if Eiffel's going to attack Scotland next. I guess he'll try to somehow convert the whole Indian territory. On the other side of India, though, he'll be facing a few frigates, maybe not prepared. So Eiffel has no frigate.
Yeah, I thought I'd just come in and see what the people with good civs got. Now that I'm not in the game.
Did you notice, Canuck, that you build another settler for Scotland to take?
Yeah, I was trying to settle up north there and in the middle, so try to improve my score a bit. I didn't think he was going to take me out so.
Canuck, myself and Red made a small bet, which Red won. And the bet was that you died before building a single Hansa.
I was friggin' trying to get my capital up to size 10 to build a Hansa. I was, 6 turns away from size 10?
Just as a friendly tip for future games, you should place your commercials and harbors adjacent to each other.
Oh, I know my district placement isn't the best.
Yeah, but just try to stick all the districts together, like as a town, rule of a town where you lose.
Oh, I know. Having my cap not on a river didn't help my start, but rivers were too far away to move that far.
That's actually not a huge deal, because if you put harbor next to a commercial, the commercial gets a river bonus out of the harbor, and the harbor gets a bonus out of the commercial too. So it's actually better than a river. Just need to do that. You need to put the harbor and the commercial together.
Well, you get participation points out of the game anyway.
Yeah, and it's always a learning lesson.
As long as you had fun, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I had not so bad fun. It wasn't. I mean, the little stupid rail war with India wasn't what I wanted to do, but
yeah, we were screaming with Tom out of anguish when the India didn't take his advantage and kill you early. Like he had you very easily there.
He could have with all those elephants. I thought maybe he had 1 or 2, and then there was like a dozen. So let's make peace here. Oh, yeah, that's good.
All he needed, like when you had a gap in your line, to just push a couple elephants through and surround the units and kill them.
Oh yeah.
But then he just pushed back and let you form a solid line there, which you did really well.
Yeah, I never found out what he had south of him. I thought he was on a dead-end peninsula.
He was. He had no choice to be relevant except to kill you.
Yeah.
So he basically irreled himself by not killing you.
Yeah, like to build that many Varu early and to do nothing with them is such a huge waste of a lot of early game production.
Yeah, that's a lot of resource, hammers that he's using.
I guess, Tom, if you were playing that peninsula, you still would have made some nice culture out of it.
I think if I was in that situation, I'd have gone general and then have Varu'd somebody. There's only two. He didn't have good enough land to sim at all.
That's definitely the only play with that start. Friggin' go general, Varus, and
he could have easily got one. Like the 3rd general went super late to China.
Yeah, it was anybody who just wanted to get one would have got it.
But yeah, looking at the overall map now, it's obvious neither me nor India had much of a chance of competing with the other. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take off. Thanks for casting this whole game. Looks like it's going to be a good game at the end with the big boys fight.
No worries, man. Glad you enjoyed it.
And go do some domestic stuff now.
Breaking news, breaking news. Apadana got something in it. Drinking alone by moonlight in the mountain of summer. I like that drinking alone by moonlight. That's like really Finnish style. You should read like if it was like true Finnish style, it's like drinking alone on the balcony by moonlight in your underwear.
I should come to Finland. It sounds like a good time. Yeah, nukes are on this time.
That's a
Zephyr.
proper Finnish summer. In the winter, it's the same. You just do it inside, not on the balcony.
Ooh, need to turn. Oh, I went turned off. Maybe I did that.
Oh, Eiffels government plaza got one district adjacent to it too. Now. It's starting to kick some ass.
I think he's got the population for a good Acropolis here now. Oh no, because he's done his encampment there as well. Ah, poor Eiffel.
Yeah, he needs to learn to build a bit more farms. Well, I guess there he could only make one more. Yeah, that capital is just not meant to have a huge population.
Let's have a little look, see what people are teching for. Stroky's going moderns. Eiffel's going steel. Carlos going steel.
Well, judging by Fonzie's and China's
Oh, it's
actions,
China.
I think the game is over and Sivoki won it now.
China has
I don't
very
know.
good science.
Okay, combustion one turn, never mind, maybe. Yeah, but what is China going to do with the science ever, man?
You might try and solo a space win.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you got to remember nukes are on. Might see some people start going nukes pretty soon. Smoky's going modern armor.
Yeah, it's been going at it for. The problem is though that Georgia and Poland are gonna 2 versus 1 Scotland here. So if nobody like intervenes into that, I don't think that China is able to get the science win anymore. The advantage will be too large. His land doesn't have enough depth to protect the spaceport from bombers.
Yeah, that's true.
If Sivoki understands to build them anyway. Like anything is up in there based on the performance of all players in this game. Like nobody is like really on top of their game in this game. So like I don't know how good Sivoki plays then. So I mean, like I'm trying to say that you might be right that he maybe we have to pull the science win off. It's possible. I think all of China is within reach of jet bombers. And all but his capital is within reach of regular bombers from Sivok's current land, if he builds airport on the edge of his land. I think Georgia just traded their oil to Fancy. So Georgia has no oil right now. So if China would actually build some pre-built knights, he could be able to push here. And if he had a couple of artillery.
Yeah, I think Smoky's, yeah, he's about to go and settle for oil again.
Yeah, it seems so. Oh, Romeo, Scotland City is actually going to revolt by itself. It doesn't even need to take it. What I don't know though is why France didn't upgrade that bombard into an artillery. Because he had steel for a long time now. It's mysterious. What would have been really funny if Eiffel was England and he actually got some these red coats from taking these cities. So now it's happening what we discussed is Fancy is just giving up the game to Sivaki. I feel sorry for you guys on the stream. I don't think this game was very interesting to watch. Like, it was very slow progress, no initiative from any player, and just very like what's the word for it, Tom? Like when the ending drops the atmosphere. What is it called?
Anticlimactic.
Anticlimactic ending. Yeah. Like this CC here, instead of China and Greece and Fancy and Scotland trying to make an effort, Scotland tries something, but like, why does China succeed instead of making any sort of effort to win the game?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't think this game is over.
No, I don't think it was. Well, I do think that with this very passive China, the alliance of Fans and Seevoki was going to win this game because they are allied, and that therein lies the problem with the Diplo games. Maybe that's why China wanted to seize it, because Fans and Seevoki are allied, and Fans wouldn't even try to win the game with this positioning. Like that's the problem. The permanent alliances is kind of the problem in Diplo games. The end game is a lot more anticlimactic. In war games, everybody's usually trying to win the game because they don't have a choice about it. They can't ally with anybody to like find alternative routes. So either they try to play for win or they die. It just makes the less anticlimactic the ending of the game in general.
Yeah, yesterday's game was the same as well, and again, Fonzie CC'd a game he easily could have won.
This is how Diplo works. It's because they're allied. The alliance part is the problem here.
I agree, and I think like people take the mick out of me for backstabbing people and stuff, but that like it has to happen at times if there's a chance for you to win. Like, why should you be bound to a position in the game because of a deal you made 50 turns ago?
It's because if you do attack, then it's gonna be people are gonna be like Eiffel, they're gonna be like Elephant, and they will remember that forever, and you will never be able to ally them again.
It's not true. I backstab people all the time, and I still get allies out of them. But because the
it
thing is,
depends which full players.
people generally ally you for two reasons. One of which is because you're a threat to them, or B, because they need to secure a flank. And like in the next game, those two reasons will still be valid, but maybe that they just know that you might not honor it, so they just have to.
Yeah,
be
but certain players like Eiffel, they don't care about the game situation. They're just like an elephant, and they'll act on that instead of the game at hand. But yeah, but still, like, if it was the Diplo game without alliances, without any formal alliances and informal alliances, it would make a lot more interesting endgame. If people just need to have the Diplo for some reason instead of war.
I'm
But
gonna
the
pop
problem
down
is alliances.
to championship and chat to the guys.
But what do you think?
Guys.
What would happen? Hey, Tom.
I was thinking you'd
So,
go.
Fonzie, you did it again 2 days in a row. Why did you make
No.
this game so anticlimactic?
Fonz, you could have first place
Dude.
if you played for it. We could have totally toppled Shivoki together.
I was so late while getting up. Savuki was already at 100 more signs than I am. Twice my cities.
Yes, but it's like we can 3v1 him. He's got Eiffel on the other side.
China has 300 science too, man. What's the problem?
Yeah, so why are you saying that I threw it away? I didn't. Yesterday,
But
yes.
You and
In
China
retrospect,
together threw it away.
No, the religious victory. That was the play, Fonz.
You could have had that too. That's true.
I mean,
I was
didn't give you
sure I was
anything,
gonna
right?
die because my land sucked so hard, and then that
It was
heroic age.
It was so sad watching China just sit in his corner and never take any action to try actually even make a play for winning the game.
So bored.
Instead, just easy without doing anything.
I was hoping
I'm learning
Eiffel
how
and
to
Boomerang
steam
would join
because
in
my
on this
steaming
war
is really
because
cool.
But you
Like,
steamed
they-
really
they-
well, but like you had a chance to like maybe attack Seevoki
me.
together with Greece. You had an alliance and you didn't do
think
anything. Like,
In the grand
But I
scheme
was
of
so
things,
far
Savuki
away.
was in a pretty bad situation, to be honest. He was sat in the middle of lots of strong saves. If everyone had actually done some Diplo and
That's what I was
gangbanged him,
waiting
it
for.
was game over for him.
Exactly. We could have like Thumang, Eiffel. A 3v1 would have been enough. We didn't even need Fonzie as long as he doesn't defend.
if
We could
China
just-
attacked, even just China alone would have made enough difference that Seevoki wouldn't have been able to cruise away.
Yeah, but it's
But I
just
would never
people-
betray a situation like that. I would never betray my ally like that. So
The problem is people just like sitting on their asses and simming.
yeah, so it's the problem with that.
It's a
It
problem.
just makes for really bad games to
Whoever
spectate
gets
at
the
least.
early lead stays.
Yeah, well, it's not my problem when I'm playing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but France, you should play for winning the game, right?
No, he can play.
I can play
he
for
can
whatever
play
reason I
however he
want.
wants
Of
to.
course
Yeah.
you can, but it would make a lot more interesting game if everybody tried to win.
Yes.
Yeah, well, again, not my problem.
If Fonz
course,
has
we all have
fun
our own
playing
different
that
ways
way.
to pass
That's okay. I agree with Fonz here, but I also like agree with what Red says. This could have been a more dynamic game than just ceasing to locate.
I mean,
The problem for me with these games is that after 6 hours I lose interest. I'm just bored out of hell.
so you're yeah. I understand Aspip is the same. He never wants to play the end game.
No, I mean it's just I'm done.
Yeah, you're playing doing one thing for 6 hours or plus is that's.
If this time slot would have been 2 or 3 hours sooner, yeah, then I would have played on. But it's too late for me. It's
Yeah, I agree. This time is too late for Europeans for a full game.
well, yeah. I mean, there's no championships game starting in the afternoon, like Middle European time. I don't mind. But,
They scheduled one upon request, and we will try and accommodate the EU players better. We did a lunchtime one on Saturday.
I do agree. Fans is a really good point. Like, if the game is like gonna be all the way to Space Win, like I would never want to finish it either if I was playing. It's just too long. If you, especially like on Sunday, if you have to work tomorrow and stuff like, and the game is gonna last until 4 o'clock in the morning, it's not good. Or maybe even later.
Nah, good game, guys. Everyone played well. I got books in his Apadana. I was proud.
I think I would have won if I actually went for chicken pizza.
I
That
think
was
he
my-
would have as well. I think it'd have carried.
The extra culture would have really mattered in the late game.
Also, Carlos, I think if you just were a little bit more decisive in building up and using your army, if you killed Amsterdam faster, you killed the Germany like 40 turns ago instead of now, and then you would have killed City also, you would have won the game.
But
I mean,
like,
they
how
were
do I
all new
push-
players, and you could have killed them all really fast, like in Ching Ching Ching. If you just build units.
How do I push him when he has pikemen? I need.
You needed to kill him
muskets.
before he made pikemen. Very easily, you could have.
Yeah, if I'd known that he was so bad at defending, I didn't even realize. Like, I was checking his.
But you saw he has no iron, and he didn't have more than 2 units.
I think if you'd
Strategic.
gone with like 8 horses instead of 4 or 5, you'd have probably just took him out in that first
Yes,
push.
of course. It's always a trade-off. Like somebody can.
We
Send
chatted about this, and I could see like what you did was low investment, high reward. You got 2 cities out of those 4 horses, which was really good. You can't argue with that. You
Yes,
could have
and that's
overbuilt.
exactly-
Going 8-10 horses might have been a mistake, but in hindsight, I think you'd have wiped him out.
Yes, I completely agree with you, and I was actually thinking that to myself as well. Do I chop out my government plaza in settlers, or do I make a few more horses? And I thought
And if
that
you
to
think
myself,
about if you went in with 8 horses and you took Amsterdam too, you would have killed Germany right away with those 8 horses.
Yes, but the thing is, I know Aaron. I know he's a decent player. I've played with him before. He hasn't died to classical rush. All he had to do is ask for 1 iron, and this entire plan would have gotten me a rel, because his cap is really far away from mine. You also have to consider that I didn't even have a trade route to it. My horse reinforcements would take a long time to get there. What I'm risking going a rel over yes, potentially killing him more easily, but the way I went is a lot safer, and it gives me, it also, like, simming up is not a bad, like, it's not like I'm falling behind them. Like, the going full horses is higher risk and higher reward, of course, but I feel like the risk reward against a player like Aaron doesn't pay off.
It's just saying what you could have done different to have a chance.
Yes,
In hindsight, of course, it's always easier.
Yes.
Or easier when you're observing the game.
What did you think about Canuck's amazing Germany setup?
His cities?
Yeah, how did you like those commercials?
His +0 commercials. Not, me and Red made a small bet, which Red won in the end, which was Canuck
felt like
dies
he's
before he
taking
makes a single Hansa, and he did. Turn 90 and no Hansas.
I don't know, man. He's got like 10k hours, but I feel like 99% of it is just sitting redirected. people because game knowledge is very limited.
Well, Kanak does have a lot of play hours too, overall in Civ games and in this game too. It's not only the managing or what. Guys, we all have fun in our own ways. It's okay.
Yep.
Tom,
No
can you
judging.
end your stream so I could start watching from the.
Yeah, sure, man. All right, good game, guys. Thanks for watching. Of course,
Before
big
the
thank you
game,
to Red.
Savoki did the
big
stats
thank
on
you
all the
to
players.
CPL for
We're
the
almost
tourney.
exactly in that order.
And GG, I'll be playing some games during the
So
week.
the stats hold true.
Check your